Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome. It's a great pleasure to be here in this audience, and in particular to have among us the Minister of State and Finance, Professor Joaquim Miranda Sarmento, whom I start by thanking his availability to be here and address us in this first Capital Markets Day, Portugal 2024. I would like also to greet many of you that are here, all, and in particular the President of CMVM, Dr. Luís Leginha de Souza. Also, I would like, I would like also to greet the presidents of the associations here present. I would like also to recognize the support that we received from the sponsors, Aon, VDA Vieira de Almeida, and JP Morgan. I would like to extend a very, very warm word to Euronext Lisbon, our co-organizers, in the person of the CEO of Euronext Lisbon, Doutora Isabel Lucha. I would like also to greet the speakers that will be here in the morning, the coordinator of the study that is going to be presented, studies conducted by Universidade Católica Portuguesa, Professor Ricardo Reis and his team. I would like to greet the members of the governing bodies of the Association of Portuguese Issuers, AEM, my colleagues in the board of AEM, which are all here present. Hello to you, and thank you for the support. And I would also like to say that we've had a great team organizing this event, and this event is more than today's conference. In particular, a word of appreciation to Abel Ferreira, the Executive Director of AEM, and the whole team of Euronext Lisbon. And also, I would like to express my appreciation to everyone involved, including Matilde Pérez. This opening words, I would like to remind you that this particular event, Portugal Capital Markets Day 2024, has a legacy. And that legacy happened during a period in the past, during the period 2007-2012, where regularly the Portuguese equity and the Portuguese companies had a moment of contact with the global investment community in an event called Portuguese Day at NYSE. This was an important moment which opened new ways of awareness from capital markets to what was the promise of the growth of and the opportunities in Portugal. But this was some time ago, and for the first time today, we are organizing a moment where we gather the investors, and let me say a word of appreciation to the investors which are here in this room, but also attending this conference through the internet via remote. We had a moment where we could present the whole of the companies listed in the Portuguese stock market in a whole, not individually as many of you do, but presenting the whole market, Portuguese market, which has a value in itself. Yesterday, and as I said, this event is composed of two parts. We had a full day yesterday, and yesterday we had a record number of meetings and investor participation. A few numbers for you here. We had 20 Portuguese issuers which received the interest on the part of the investors present. We had around 50 institutional investors making up these meetings, coming from 7 countries, including Portugal. This originated more than 100 meetings during the day. The level of satisfaction from both sides, sell and buy side, was remarkable at the end of the day yesterday, and I would like to thank everyone involved on the side of companies and on the side of the investors for the good work that was performed. Also, I would like here to express that during the day yesterday, there were also 2 important moments. One which was a contact with the Minister of Economy, Dr. Pedro Reis, and the other moment was a contact with the chairman of the Securities Market Commission, CMVM, Dr. Luís Leginha de Souza. I would conclude with a thought. And the thought is that it is time to care about capital in the Portuguese economy. Our growth was anemic for too long. The challenges for us is to make our economy grow at a significant pace, to keep converging with the most dynamic regions of the European Union. We have concentrated for all these years in another factor that influences the economy, labor, but that is not enough. Somehow capital has been overlooked. And we cannot achieve growth, which is the major challenge of our economy, without growth of the economy, without our companies growing. And for our companies to grow, capital is absolutely essential. And that is the reason, the ultimate reason of this gathering, to see how we can energize this movement. And it is with great appreciation that we can observe the welcoming of these thoughts on the part of the current government of Portugal. Thank you so much. And I would pass on the floor to the CEO of Euronext Lisbon, my dear friend, Isabel Lucha.
Muito bom dia a todos. Good morning to all of you. I'm really delighted to co-host this conference today, which we expect will bring you valuable insights on Portugal as an economy in transformation with a variety of opportunities and financing needs. Why did Euronext decide to organize such an initiative? Euronext celebrates this year the 10th anniversary of its IPO. In fact, in 2014, we were given back to our European DNA when European investors took over from our US previous owners. And since then, we have been building the leading market infrastructure in Europe. to the benefit of our economies, of our companies, and of our investors. With the integration of 8 markets and being present in 18 countries, Euronext is now delivering a fully integrated value chain, including listing, trading, clearing, settlement, and custody solutions. And all this integrated value chain covers a variety of asset classes, not just stocks and bonds, but as well derivatives, foreign exchange, commodities, and energy products. But Euronext continues committed to its main roots, to connecting local economies with global capital markets. And this event, the Portugal Capital Markets Day, is exactly about this, about connecting our Portuguese companies, our Portuguese economy to the global capital markets, to local and global investors. I'm very happy to share with you today that looking forward, Portugal will continue to grow as a central location for developing Euronext in Europe. Euronext today counts about 330 employees in Portugal, both in Lisbon and in Porto, spread through different types of services, exchange services, which are the more visible, but as well services to the rest of Europe as CSD services, IT service center, finance service center, and other services. And as we move to a larger building next year, we will, in 2026, reach 450 employees, and we will be the second location of Euronext in Europe, just after Italy. In November this year, we will announce our strategic plan for the coming 3 years, and our ambition is to deliver the next generation of European integration, going through 2027 and shaping capital markets for future generations. Professor Miguel Ataíde Marques has explained you all about this two-day event that we have organized together, including the report that is being released today about structural trends shaping Portuguese economy and growth, produced by Universidade Católica and coordinated by Professor Ricardo Reis. And the main purpose of this report is really to show how Portuguese economy is transforming itself, which opportunities this transformation entails, both in terms of investment, but as well as in financing needs looking forward. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude, seconding the words of Professor Miguel Ataíde Marques, to our Minister of State and Finance, Professor Joaquim Miranda Sarmento, for his presence here today, for addressing us this morning, but also to all our sponsors, our speakers, our teams that have organized these 2 days, and to all of you, our guests here this morning, for having joined us. And a special thanks to our co-organizers, the Issuers Association, and to all the team with whom we have been building a very constructive and productive collaboration. Thank you all again for being here with us, and I'll leave the floor to our Minister of State and Finance, Professor Joaquim Miranda Sarmento. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to be here today. I'd like to congratulate for the organization of this conference my friend and colleague, Professor Ataíde Marques, also the CEO of Euronext, Isabel Lucha, and I'd like also to greet the President of CMVM, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The prospects for the Portuguese economy over the next years are relatively positive. We expect in a no policy change scenario, as all domestic and international institutions refer, we expect on a no policy change scenario economic growth above 2%, but the government has a strong structural reform program for the next years. And that structural reform program, which will address the weakness of the low productivity and competitiveness of the Portuguese economy, will allow us for several objectives. The first one is to increase our potential GDP. The Portuguese potential GDP is now close to 2%, one of the lowest when we look at the countries in the EU at our level of development, mainly the cohesion countries, the ones who are at our level of development and the ones just like us that receive EU funds. By increasing our potential GDP in the medium term to 3%, we expect to put the Portuguese economy growing more than has grown over the last years and particularly over the last 2 decades. We expect the Portuguese economy in the medium term to be able to grow above 3%. That will allow us to increase investment, either private and public, to create more jobs and to have better salaries and to keep our public finance balanced. As you know, the Portuguese economy still has low levels of productivity and competitiveness. Over the last 25 years, in average, the economic growth was 0.7. And the good perspectives for the next years should not make us forget what are the weaknesses of the Portuguese economy and why we need structural reforms to overcome those weaknesses. And what structural reforms are we talking? First, reduce bureaucracy and red tape on firms, increase competition on several sectors of our economy, and allowing for more independence on regulatory bodies. Second, reforming our tax system. Our tax system is complex, is unstable, has high levels of compliance costs, has litigation that takes a very long time, especially on courts, and have high levels of taxation on income tax and corporate tax. So we intend to simplify the tax system to provide more resources to firms by lowering the corporate tax from 21% to 15%, giving more resources to families by lowering the income tax, and we also want to improve the tax justice system in order that when firms litigate with the tax administration, decisions won't take so long as they do today. We also expect to make some reforms in the labor market. The labor market in Portugal is very rigid for those who are already in the market and with high levels of insecurity for those who are entering the market. We also expect to change our economic justice to speed how fast can firms go to bankruptcy, to how firms can collect their debts in courts, and reducing the cost of firms when they have to litigate with others. We also want to address 3 problems that Portuguese firms have. The problem of low level of capital. Portuguese firms are highly in debt, and we want to increase the capitalization of firms. We also want to address the problem of scale. Portuguese firms tend to have low dimension, which reduces the value of scale and the opportunities for increasing growth by using scale opportunities. And we also want to increase the internationalization of Portuguese firms by giving incentives for the Portuguese firms to export more, but also to invest more abroad. We expect to attract more and more foreign direct investments, especially on new areas of technology, energy, climate transition, digitalization, and other types of services and industries. And all these structural reforms will allow us to increase our potential GDP and to create better opportunities for families to have better salaries and jobs, and also to keep our public finance balanced with a small surplus on the fiscal account for the next years, which will allow us to continue to reduce our public debt sustainable. Our public debt is now below 100% of GDP. We forecast that in 28, when this government mandate overs, it will be close to 80% of GDP, and by the end of the decade will be close to 70% of GDP. And the role of capital markets in all this process is very relevant. We have to continue to develop a robust capital market, able to allow to provide firms with alternative and efficient funding. Funding not just for SMEs, but also funding that allows households and families to save more. As you know, savings of families has been very low in Portugal, has increased during the pandemics, is now increasing again, but we still have a long path to go. And we will have some tax incentives for savings and for allowing families to save more. We will create more favorable conditions for investors to invest in debt and stocks of Portuguese firms. We will create a more favorable tax system for innovative and startup firms creating and developing new business. We will implement tax benefits for R&D promoting innovation, tax incentives for the internationalization of Portuguese firms, also giving tax benefits for the ones who expand their operations for external markets. As you know, we have just approved in the Parliament a new tax system to investment based on a EU directive that will allow us to have new saving products, especially at the European level. So we need to give firms better financial conditions, more suitable for their investment in R&D, in innovation, their increased productivity, and generate scale economies. We need that Portuguese firms to reduce their levels of debt, but also to diversify their sources of funding. So the capital market is not only crucial for firms to diverse their funding, but is also crucial for families to increase their savings. So, as you also know, this also has a strong European dimension. We're working at Eurogroup and ECOFIN for reforming the capital markets, making more resilient and sustainable, where firms can also address environmental, social, and governance rules and following the EU taxonomy. So, in order to have a competitive economy, in order to have an economy that has more growth, that generates better jobs, and that provides resources for better public services, we need to increase the productivity and the competitiveness of the Portuguese economy. And to do that, the funding of Portuguese firms and attracting foreign direct investment is fundamental. And for that robustness, the capital markets at the Portuguese and EU level is critical. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for being here. Time is of essence because I only gave myself 10 minutes. And I want to invite you to join me on the brief journey through the key milestones of the Portuguese capital market over the past 10 years. A decade ago, it was clear that change was necessary to create a more robust Portuguese market capable of meeting the financing needs of companies. The number of listed companies and the market capitalization of domestic companies had been declining since the beginning of the century. CMVM, the Portuguese regulator, Euronext Lisbon, the stock exchange, the Funds Association, the Issuers Association, to refer only some of the more relevant actors to our market, recognized this, and we all started working intensively to address these challenges. AEM launched the discussion with its 2013 report with recommendations for strengthening the Portuguese market, focusing on 4 main areas: market structures, law and regulation, savings and investment mechanisms, and capital market taxation. Our document served as foundation for the following discussions. And in 2016, after a year of intense collaboration between key stakeholders, the government at the time published the Capitalize program, emphasizing company capitalization and introducing new measures such as fiscal incentives to reinforce equity capital, expansion of the deduction regime for retained and reinvested profits, introducing of the small and mid-cap concepts, new regimes for securities investment companies to promote the economy, and the launch of a company training program for the capital market. These initiatives marked significant progress, bringing together crucial elements for a better market. But they were not enough. Meanwhile, we also needed to improve our best practices. And so, in 2018, the EPCG, Portuguese Institute of Corporate Governance, published a new private corporate governance code following agreements between the CMVM, the EPCG, and AEM that established a new system of good governance, including timely, objective, and independent monitoring and review. The code has now been revised twice, incorporating topics like sustainability and artificial intelligence, ensuring its relevance for the future. Last year, monitoring exercise showed a compliance rate of 95% for the PSI index and 83% for all 36 monitored issuer companies. Excellent, we will say. Yes, but not enough. Then, in 2020, we had a breakthrough. Following an initiative by CMVM, the OECD presented its capital market review of Portugal. The review identified key factors for creating a successful stock exchange listing environment around 5 ideas: promoting access to equity capital through the stock market, creating an enabling environment for corporate growth, facilitating market-based long-term debt financing, increasing the participation of traditional institutional investors, and increasing the availability of alternative financing. The review was then followed by a detailed report from the Task Force on Capital Market Revitalization, which expanded on the OECD recommendations. These reports formed the basis for subsequent initiatives, including the much-needed revision of the Securities Code. The rules became simple, more stable, and transparent. We fine-tuned the transposition of European directives like the Shareholder Directives and Transparency Directive, eliminating most of the gold plating in the code. We amended regimes for offer revisions and takeovers and introduced innovative mechanisms like the new multiple voting rule based on the original proposal of AEM, promoting financing through public issuance of capital by companies, especially family businesses, without the need to change control structures. And following the Securities Code revision, numerous other initiatives were launched. Some examples, starting with CMVM. A more market-oriented CMVM, and Luís Lajinha, this is my perception, so it is my exclusive responsibility for saying it, A more market-oriented CMVM promoted a market-based finance roadmap, launched its electronic one-stop shop, BOE Plus, and new portals, introduced the Market for Grow sandbox for simulating a company's experience in the market, and publishes annually circular notes for issuers, intermediaries, and asset managers, and regular risk outlooks demonstrating the regulator's commitment to market development. Euronext. I'm short in time, Isabel, so let me just highlight 4 initiatives. The new PSI index replaced the former PSI 20, a bold and risky but necessary move to enhance our main index credibility. The Elite program was launched in Portugal, already benefiting many companies. Euronext kicked off Tech Leaders, and Elite and World Trade Center Lisbon launched an international academy to support companies to grow. All brilliant achievements, but still not enough. To start completing our puzzle, our agenda, Portugal's commitment, we needed the tax measures we had been advocating for since 2013. And finally, 2 weeks ago, the Portuguese Parliament approved some of these tax measures designed to provide companies with the appropriate conditions to obtain capital, gain scale, develop new products, increase productivity, and expand sales both domestically and internationally, creating better jobs. We can always ask for more. And be sure, we will certainly continue to do so. But this government's initiative, as presented today by the Minister of State and Finance, whom I thank again, is of utmost importance. We all know how challenging it is to introduce new laws with beneficial tax measures for both investors and companies. And the government succeeded. And the Parliament approved these new rules by a substantial and very expressive majority. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a true and major breakthrough. This is the moment to be proud of our progress and all that we have collectively achieved over the past decade. So, the Portuguese capital market has undergone significant transformation, making it a focal point for investors seeking new and profitable opportunities. We can now build on the successful implementation of these structural reforms and leverage our robust framework for a more flexible, attractive, dynamic, and efficient capital market for financing companies and providing investment opportunities to savers. One of the missing pieces was communication. To Portugal, to Europe, and the world, that our ongoing agenda is being implemented. After all, there is no use in introducing significant changes for both investors and companies, which can boost financing and investment through our capital market, if we forget to tell investors and companies about those changes. That is the main purpose of this conference, which is being recorded and will be sent to thousands of investors around the world. This is one of the reasons AEM, its associated companies, and Euronext organized the Portugal Capital Markets Day with our generous sponsors to create awareness about the current status of the Portuguese market, the Portuguese companies, and the Portuguese economy. Of course, we know not what future will bring, although And although perfection is elusive, we know that regulation and mechanisms can always be improved. We must keep working and help decision makers, especially in Brussels, to commit to a better regulation agenda. We need to boost competitiveness by completing the Capital Markets Union, or assume that it's only a fantasy and it's not going to happen, and reduce inconsistent and overly burdensome regulation to ensure easy market access and smooth market operations. Please make no mistake, our work is not finished. It's just always restarting. We need more IPOs. We need investors to put their savings in service of the real economy, preparing and providing for our collective future and the future of each one of us, also as future pensioners. But now we have the tools, the mechanisms, and the will to build a true culture of equity and transformation in Portugal, to connect investors with opportunities, and to reimagine our market's potential. Yesterday's meetings proved it. Companies believe in it, investors believe in it, and seeing you all here in this packed auditorium today also proves it. Tomorrow, well, tomorrow will be another day, but with our common efforts, I believe that we will prove it even more. Thank you very much. Let me...
The next session, and to present the findings of the report, Structural Trends Shaping Portugal's Economy and Growth, please welcome Professor Ricardo Reis, Professor of Católica Lisbon School of Business and Economics and the coordinator of this report. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, President of AEM. Good morning, Madam CEO. Good morning, dear sponsors. Good morning, dearest investors. Congratulate you all for being here, because a few centuries ago, Portugal discovered the world. You now discovered Portugal. It's a great opportunity. It was my privilege to coordinate the study that I'm about to present on the structural changes shaping Portugal's economy and growth. And this was really a privilege, and I'm grateful for the opportunity I was given to do something like this. This is not about the opportunities because of the failures of Portugal. This is not the opportunities. We didn't choose these particular sectors or industries because they have opportunities where they failed, but exactly the opposite. These are successful sectors, successful industries, and we believe that the opportunities are there as a showcase of the greatness of laboratories that Portugal can provide to the world and industries that constitute opportunities of investment that are in front of us. So this is pretty much about those opportunities rather than looking at the past. When we were first giving this assignment, we were struggling to choose industries that would represent these great opportunities for investment. See if this works. Portugal has experienced sprouts of growth in their economy. So they exhibit a steady growth, or the economy has exhibited a steady growth with notable increases in foreign direct investment. Some areas of crisis in recent past, but we're out of this, and the economy and the country has shown a great resilience and a ability to stand the worst of the circumstances, getting out of it in a better shape. And this is exactly where we stand right now, which gives rise to this speech that you heard from Minister of State, stating that the opportunity is there for the potential growth to increase from 2 to 3%. And this cannot be achieved by doing more of the same. We need to do something new. We need to innovate. We need to take the chances that we have in new areas and new solutions. So we need to kind of think outside of the box and gather resources from different areas. Country is undergoing a resilient and recovery plan that is mostly funded by state funding and European funding, but the opportunity is for sure there for this type of project to also expand beyond the usual sources of funding of public policies into the private sector. And that's exactly what we want to discuss. So we want to discuss how ready is the country to welcome private investment in specific areas. So one of the lessons we learned from recent years, and that's clearly outlined also by the current government, but also by the previous governments, is the fiscal responsibility lesson that we took from the financial crisis. It seems that there is this overall consensus on fiscal responsibility, which provides the fact that we have this improved international credit ratings now reaching a stage of A levels, which we were pretty distant from a few years ago. This will lower borrowing costs and enhance the capacity of the country to grow where it really matters, which is the real growth, the potential growth of which Minister Sarmiento was talking about before. For this, we also need the context costs, as Minister Sarmiento also outlined a few minutes ago, to lower. He outlined a few projects that governments, not only the current one, but also previous governments, have developed to lower those context costs. But the country, in its diversity, counts with a regulatory framework that is extremely less restrictive than other countries. Portugal ranks high in the OECD foreign direct investment regulatory restrictiveness. So we are a very open country, particularly in primary and tertiary sectors. So it's a diverse country with a lot of opportunities and a regulatory framework that allows for this diversity that you can see there. By the way, the pictures are taken from overall Portuguese settings. I mean, if you are local, you probably recognize a lot of this. If you're not local, I encourage you to visit these places. This is Mira, by the way. This is Portas do Roda, by the way. This is the river take. This here represents the openness of the Portuguese economy. So these are the open doors that we have. The government incentives, such as tax benefits, residency programs, streamlined business registration processes that are extremely fast, are supportive of an investment environment that is open and has been open for a while. So Portugal ranks second in low restrictiveness to foreign direct investment in the OECD, which is just the meaning that these doors of the Roden, which is the ancestral gateways of the country, are open for business, and they should be. On top of this is a stable political climate, which is a peculiar political climate. It's a good thing that the minister left, so we can talk more openly about these things. We could talk openly about these things with the minister in the room as well, but nevertheless, the stable situation is somewhat paradoxical in the sense that this current government does not have the majority. And because of this, it has to prove and deliver. Otherwise, it will not last. So one of the nice things about the political situation we live right now is that the government has to actually do things and deliver and provide with solutions. And you've noticed this today with Minister Sarmiento's speech and yesterday with Minister Pedro Reis' speech as well. They're eager to transform. They're eager to deliver. They're eager to find solutions. and they're eager to create an environment where the investment is safe. The country is stable from a political dimension. It has been stable for 50 years, so we've been celebrating the 50th anniversary of the regime. And this has secured a landscape for foreign investment that, again, is extremely safe. So country consistently ranks among the top 10 countries when it comes to the Global Peace Index, and it will continue to do so. It's a safe country, it's a stable country. One of the main sources of attractiveness for foreigners in this country is its safety, so you can walk around freely. The notion of political stability is one that is enhanced by the participation in the European Union as well. So the country has played a significant role and an active role in the European Union. As of today, the president of the European Council is Portuguese, right? So it's the former prime minister. He was just appointed last night. And that's a showcase also of the contribution that the country is seeing into the somewhat unstable European scene in terms of the political European scene. Nevertheless, we are bound to democratically solving our problems. And one of the nice things about the current political condition is that we do not have idle political institutions. We do not have an idle parliament. We do not have an idle president. We do not have an idle government, right? So this activeness of the political actors is something interesting. One of the things that go without saying is Portugal's location, right? So the strategic location, right in gateway of Europe, facing the Atlantic. This is the Azores, Angra do Heroísmo, provides this ability to access Europe, Africa, and the Americas through world-class ports and logistics infrastructure. And the proximity to these infrastructures or to these places is also enhanced by cultural and historical links to as far as China, right? So there is this notion that Portugal can play a central role in the logistics, in economics. Coupled with this, the country has been investing, as you probably heard yesterday from Minister Pedro Reis as well, in transportation and logistics. And this supports this pivotal global supply chain hub that the country can constitute in many dimensions, namely in seaways, primarily in seaways, as historically has been the case. Major ports, such as the one in Lisbon or Sines, which is a larger one, can enhance trade capabilities, not only of Portugal, but regional capabilities in the Iberian Peninsula and beyond in Europe. Portugal offers this high standard of living, the safety of the country, a top-tier healthcare and education system, and a cultural heritage, favorable climate that attracts talent to the country. You heard the minister talking about retaining talent. That's something that we also work on extensively at the university. I mean, we've been able to increase significantly the amount of students, young students that come to Portugal, not on exchange programs alone, but also to do our programs, to become graduated here in Portugal. The same thing applies to faculty. I mean, we are extensively hiring abroad to attract talent, academics, scientists, researchers to our top institutions. This has happened at a highest level of education, but it also has happened at all tiers of the labor market. The country has a low unemployment rate, and the scarcity of labor in several sectors continuously attracts migrants to address the demographic challenges, and it also has changed the social fabric of the country significantly. So we are experiencing a different country than before, and yet a safe country. So the change has not been some change that has affected the safety of the country. And it's incredible how diverse this happens. I mean, there are natural cultural gateways through language to some markets, labor markets, like Brazil or the Portuguese-speaking countries in nearby Africa, but also from distant areas in Asia. We've been attracting people from many origins. Portugal's commitment to sustainability on the greener side also includes substantial investment in renewable energy. We'll talk more about that in a second. And the carbon neutrality aims and targets for 2050 are still on, and they're possible. It's not completely impossible to reach there. But in order to do this, we need academia, we need research, we need the universities, the labs, and R&D expenditure has grown significantly with notable contributions both from the private sector, from private companies, but also from state entities, state universities, state research centers, foundations, and universities. Talking about foundations, let's start with the healthcare industry in Portugal. The healthcare industry is a significant contributor to the Portuguese economy. In 2022, healthcare expenditure accounted for about 11% of the GDP. We have an aging population in the Western world, so that's something that we all need to face at this point. The healthcare industry is one of the industries in the future that will need more investment. This industry experienced continuous growth driven by these demographic trends, but by the increasing demand for diversified and IT-based services. So the sophistication in therapeutical and in other areas, pharmaceutical industries, have greatly increased where we are heading in this industry. It's an industry of successes, right? So it's mostly an industry where the success is there, but it's clearly one of the most needed industries in the near future. The Portuguese healthcare market is divided between private, public, and social or non-profit areas. And surprisingly to most of us here in Portugal, the private sector at this point is the largest one, which is about 59% of the size of the market. This includes the pharmaceutical industry, hence the picture of a pharmacy next to it. So that I would remind that it has a lot to do with the pharmaceutical investment. Nevertheless, the private sector investment in healthcare, in hospitals, in private hospitals, has increased significantly. It's a rapidly changing market structure, to say the least. So it's still highly fragmented. So what the ministers, both of them, were referring of the concentration being an opportunity is something that we are experiencing. Nevertheless, there's still some large companies, and you'll hear from some of them in the debate in a few minutes. Between 2006 and 2022, including the COVID years, the number of firms, turnover, and the number of employees in healthcare have grown significantly. And the participation of the private sector in this area has also grown significantly. So we need more people, we need more resources, we need more investment in this area, again, because it has been extremely successful in recent years. The fragmented market has offered gains from consolidation. We've witnessed this. They actually make very great academic case studies, so we're working on that right now. Standardization of procedures, centralized procurement, and IT infrastructure sharing is something that we've been working on, or we've been seeing the major companies working on, but this is a major trend towards consolidation. Investment include biotechnological startups, which are sprouting in the country around the universities that have medical schools or biotech schools, elderly care, medical tourism, medical goods, and even veterinary care is something that is changing or its landscape is changing significantly. The healthcare industry bears a significant weight in the Portuguese economy. That weight will continue to increase, and that's not exclusive of Portugal. This is true for many different places. You just have a nice setting and a nice laboratory to invest in. Moving on to the energy industry, another industry that we analyze here. This is probably of the 5 industries we tackled the most developed industry of the 5. But by saying this, I'm not saying that there are no more investment opportunities there. On the contrary, because it's the most successful in terms of evolution of the 5 industries, we anticipate that the opportunities are clearly there. And you probably noticed this by talking to the listed companies already, but there are opportunities beyond this. The energy industry is a sector in transition in Portugal, as it is all over the world. Significant opportunities and challenges ahead. The progress made in renewable energy, large amount of investments will still be required to continue this development. The key takeaway from this industry is particularly this betting on the renewable energies that has been quite successful in recent years. The market has undergone significant changes in recent years, evolved by unbundling vertically integrated operators and promoting liberalization and privatization to encourage competition. So it's a vivid market with a lot of competition. It operates in a competitive market quite clearly at this point. Interestingly, the growth of the renewable energies, which accounted in 2022 for 33% of the market, the country ranks also in the top 10 when it comes to incorporating renewables in the for power generation. I will expedite a little bit for the sake of time. I still have 3 industries to go to. Let me highlight that this comes from a tradition of betting in hydropower. This also needs to be renewed in the near future. Some of those infrastructures need to be revamped in the near future. But wind power and solar have gained ground significantly at this point. Other areas, biomass and ocean energy, are areas of progress as well. As the main challenges, integrating the increasing amount of renewable energies in the grid are critical. And the opportunities that lie ahead is that this growth will continue. But we are at a cruise speed already in most of these areas. In Portugal, we are used to relating storages to the energy sector because they used to cause blackouts in the past. Now they're more known for the fact that we live together with their nests in the towers, in condominia of storages in towers, in electricity towers, in a happy environment. But we have been leading this renewable revolution that the energy industry is experiencing, and we expect this to be the case in the near future. Let me move on to the infrastructure industry, an industry that actually, coincidentally, I've worked together with the minister. We are co-authors on a couple of papers in the infrastructure industry. There's a lot of concessions that started about 30 years ago, and they're about to be renewed. So the next decade will be a critical decade in the renovation and renewal of most of these contracts. They are clear showcases of what a PPP, what a public-private partnership should be. In the beginning, they were targeting construction companies, who were the better companies to bear the risk of construction of these infrastructures. Then they moved to operations, to operators. The concessionaires were primarily operators of highways. Now, as these contracts are reaching the closure, we are observing a significant amount of these contracts being borne by investment funds, pension funds, looking for stable investments. We are at the gateway of a mobility revolution. Maybe we are already in it. I mean, Sweden announced that they are going to be introducing e-charging lanes in their highways from next year onwards. So this type of revolution is something that is ideal when you're renovating the entire national grid of highways almost at the same time. So the great opportunities that the government, together with the private sector, be it incumbents or newcomers in this industry, is phenomenal, because what's expensive, which is the highway, is already there. So what we need to think about is what technologies we're going to introduce into these highways. So making a coherent, consistent system out of this grid that already exists is something that is clearly waiting. It's a low-hanging fruit, right? So it's ready to be picked. The railway sector is one of the sectors that needs to be clearly revamped. So we need to rethink railways in Portugal in the near future. The great advantage that we have concerning this is that we are right next door to one of the most sophisticated railway systems in the world. The Spaniards have one of the best highway rail that we could hope for. So the distance to Central Europe or the center of Europe is already taken care of by the Spaniards by developing a very sophisticated system. All we need to do is integrate at this point. And that's a large task, a task that requires significant infrastructure here. Airport modernization. I mean, airports, discussions on airports are one of the national sports. So we've been doing this for several decades. The nice thing about this, and hence that's why I picked the picture of the Cristiano Ronaldo airport in Funchal, not because it was Cristiano Ronaldo, I mean, it's not a good week for that. Next week will be better. But especially because this is one of the most magnificent construction infrastructures you can find in the world concerning airports. The expansion of the Funchal landing strip, which is what you're seeing over there, is a remarkable feat of engineering. And it shows that wherever they decide to build new airports, the engineering, the technology, the experience, the know-how is there. So let's get going with the new airport that we need to be built. And actually, let's get going with the construction that needs to be built on the current airport of Lisbon and in the other airport infrastructures that we have. Urban rehabilitation is critical at this point. It's something that we've been needing significantly. There is not a lack of stock in terms of, or inventory of houses. What we need is revamping and restructuring the existing ones. So urban developers in Lisbon, Porto, in the Algarve, in the Madeira Island, more linked to tourism, but also new residents offer great opportunities in these areas. Student housing, which is something that is very dear and close to us. Elderly houses, delaying the fourth age by improving the houses where people live. We have clearly need to make the houses more energy efficient than what they are right now. These are all opportunities that also are there and link the different sectors that we have. Cultural infrastructure. I mean, the country has a significant amount of monuments, museums, significant amount of structures and infrastructures that are beautiful and attract tourism, right? So they also need to be renewed at this point. And last but not least, I mean, we didn't have a slide for this because we're going to go back to this later on, environmental infrastructure. I mean, with the increase of the levels of, with the sea rise that is expected in the next generation, we will need coastal line assurance construction. We will need to rethink some of the infrastructure, of the environmental infrastructure that we have currently. Let me move on to the next industry, the tourism industry. Portugal's tourism sector accounts for about 20 to 21% of the GDP, so it's one of the most significant, if not the most significant industries. We relied on this industry several times to recover from financial crises. This was the case in 2011, 2012. It was also after COVID, something that we're experiencing at this moment. Not a great day to promote tourism in Portugal because of the weather today, or a couple of days. But nevertheless, something that will show you, and you only need a trip to downtown Lisbon or downtown Porto to understand how the pressure of tourism has in fact helped the country, but also bags for investment and bags for opportunities in this area. So it appeals to a wide range of travelers. offering unique blend of cultural authenticity, cultural allure, driven by the nation's commitment to sustainability, innovation, and resilience. Portugal was the 4th Google destination in 2023. The contribution to the GDP has been growing significantly, and the opportunities and next steps are quite diverse, and we can talk about asset management of tourism. So the paths are quite intricate, just like the Volga, I think this is Volga, pathways. Ecotourism, sports tourism, elderly tourism. There's plenty of areas that still need to be explored. Finally, the last industry, agriculture and forestry. This is an area where we've experienced significant innovation. I mean, the country has a structure in terms of agriculture that is quite interesting. Based on cultural heritage and traditional products, the country invented something, what we now call denominational regions, was actually founded here many centuries ago. This is a guarantee of quality in the agricultural products that are provided in the country. And it expands over several different products, not only wine. Several different products have this. And this assures that there is a lot of small companies doing things right. So the opportunities of consolidation that both ministers and we've been talking about exist significantly, and they're up for grabs. They represent 5% of GDP, but it's a growing sector. It's a growing industry. When I heard the minister talking about the potential growth, this is one of the areas where the potential growth is highest, right? So it's one of the most interesting dimensions that we have. Renovating traditional forests can also enhance CO2. The country has been devastated by wildfires in certain occasions. This is something that we need to study, and it also is an opportunity. Universities have been working on this significantly. Portugal's forestry sector, primarily consisting of eucalyptus, maritime pine, cork oak, stone pine, offers opportunity for support for sustainable investments that are quite diverse. Integrating advanced technologies. We are at the stage, I mean, I always use this image. People remember usually agriculture, if you're not in the agricultural sector, for the way agriculture was about 150 years ago, with the tractor and the fertilizers. And the reason they do this is because 150 years ago, there was a massive revolution in agriculture that introduced mechanization and fertilizers into agriculture. My expectation is that 150 years ago, people will remember agriculture for what it is today. I mean, this is as important in terms of transformational in agriculture that we're experiencing right now. The enhancement of a data-based agriculture, the artificial intelligence servicing this industry, the fact that we have more and more efficient usage of resources. I mean, each one of these plants here, it's like almost like Cristiano Ronaldo, like a high standard athlete that is nutritioned to the exact amount that they need. We are in the trillion sensor economy, and most of these sensors can be used in agriculture to monitor the production. So this is something that we have we can showcase examples of this in Portugal. In conclusion, the agricultural revolution is underway, and this has forced a structural change in the sector. Let's take advantage of this in a place that has the right environment, the right light, sun, has water, only badly distributed. We'll talk about that in one of the bullets, and has labor force and incoming labor force. I mean, the conditions are there to take advantage of agriculture. Climate change requires planification. So we need to plan the changes that we need to confront agriculture with. So we need to adjust the choice of products that we have. But there's still time. to do this. It just needs to be now, and this is the time to invest and the opportunity to invest. And finally, the water challenges. And I didn't want to finish without mentioning the water challenges, even though it's raining today. The fact that it's raining today also showcases the point. The country doesn't suffer from lack of water. It suffers from a bad distribution of the existing water. It rains a lot in the north. It doesn't rain in the south. We somehow need to distribute the water more efficiently. In order to do this, we need infrastructures of transferring water from the north to the south. We need the water highways to be the next big investment of the next decade. And we need this urgently to harmonize and have a more homogeneous water distribution in the country. The country is also surrounded by the ocean. So there is a potential for desalination plants that can also be done. Most of the plants that are being done right now are being thought of in the south. Some of them public, some of them private. And they're big investments. They're great opportunities that can be fostered through a market like the capital markets. And that's just a nice metaphor for what brings us here today. The opportunities are there, they're underway. You didn't miss the train. It's departing, but it's still on the station, so you can still jump on it. These are the sectors that we were able to identify. That doesn't mean that the opportunities don't exist in other industries. I mean, we'll leave that for the Portugal Market Day of 2025. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much again for the invitation.
For the first roundtable of today's lineup, under the motto Energy Transition, a clear role for capital markets, please welcome António Lobo Xavier, Chairman of EDP, Filipe Crisóstomo Silva, CEO of Galp, Pedro Norton, CEO of Finerge. This panel will be moderated by Abel Sequeira Ferreira, Executive Director of AEM.
So good morning again. I want to welcome to the stage and thank you, our distinct speakers. You honor us with your presence at this conference. We are here to discuss energy. Let's start. Good morning, António. EDP and EDP Renewables are key players in the shift to a sustainable economy. I am very interested in your vision about how the energy industry is adapting to achieve net zero goals, both in Portugal and globally. And what role do you envision for the group EDP in the global sustainable development agenda?
Well, thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you here today in this meeting. I like very much the opening report. I was very excited with the conclusions, although I know some of them. And Abel, thank you for your invitation. We know each other from other fights and other wars, but here we are. First of all, I have a disclaimer. Sometimes speaking about EDP, I might look arrogant, speaking about achievements. But it's not the case. I'm not responsible for the big achievements, neither for the tiny mistakes, if any. I just arrived to the company, and so I can speak about it perfectly comfortable. Well, we see how we see the transition. The investment in energy transition is increasing a lot. But it's still, we still need to scale up the investment. We are quite far from the targets estimated by the International Energy Agency. we need something to achieve the targets like $4 trillion of investment each year, and we are quite far from that target. We know the investment is growing, the demand is growing as well, and you're right, the EDP has a good track record, because 20 years ago, we had our generation with renewables represented something like 20%. But in the last quarter, it has represented 97%, which is 100%. And it's increasing. It's amazing, this change, this evolution. And this evolution is due, of course, to the management, to the strategic of the company, but also is due to the big investment. We never had the magic power of startups and unicorns, so we had to invest in the last 6 years something like 17 billion, and we are planning to invest in the next in the period of 24 to 26 another 17 billion, both in generation and in networks. This time, in this recent period, we are increasing a little bit the percentage of our investment in networks. But it's tough. It's a tough way. It's a tough path, because we need to take care as well about returns, about profitability, and the environment is suddenly a little bit different. 2 years ago, the environment about renewables was completely different. Now these huge investments that we need are facing big inflation, the increasing of interest rates, and so we have we have winds ahead, and we have to take care. If you listen to the communications of the utilities recently announced to the market, it looks like people are paying a little bit attention to the pace of growing and investing, but of course we need a lot the capital market, and we will continue to need the capital market.
Thank you very much, Antonio. I can imagine then some points are similar to your view. Good morning, Philip. But the case of Galp is different, because Galp operates across various energy sectors, of course, but primarily in the oil and gas segment. Your own commitment to the energy transition and transformation is well known, but is it more challenging for a company emerging from a less green segment, and what is the status of the transformation and investments within Galp?
Thank you, Bill. Thank you for having me. Good morning. Yeah, it's a lot more challenging. Our starting point as an oil and gas company is clearly very different from an electric utility. We complement each other. Clearly, the world needs to electrify everything that can be electrified. So if you're heating your house with a gas boiler, you should change that into an electric boiler, provided that the grid and the power generation is renewable. That is all easy to do. So Antonio has a really easy job compared with mine, and Pedro. The difficult part, once you've electrified everything that is electrified, that means 25% of the primary energy consumption. There's the other 75%. You still need to move trucks and planes and lorries and heavy industry, anyone that needs heat. That's why our job, as we transition ourselves, is a job of being able to offer a molecule, a lower carbon molecule and not necessarily an electron.
Okay.
So electrons should go where they matter the most for immediate consumption. Our plan is to bring, we also do a lot of what you do. So we also have very significant, solar, we have a bit of wind. That's the easy part. Bringing that electron, green electron, into an electrolyzer so that you can convert this and do a diesel that it's much lower carbon is the most difficult part. So you ask if it's more challenging. It's a lot more challenging. It's also a lot more exciting because it's so much harder to do.
Yeah.
And that's where the value add of a transitioning company doing oil and gas and being able to offer to Ryanair or to TAP in an airport a molecule that is different without having to change what our clients need, or an industrial plant that needs green hydrogen rather than gas natural. That is where we're going to play, but we need a lot of electrons to do that as well. Yeah. So yes, much more challenging. We need very significant talent, which is scarce to do this. We need capital, but that is something that we can get. If we get talent and we have a strong business plan and we're committed to transition, then we'll get there.
Good morning, Pedro. I saw you agreeing with Philippe about the electrons, I think.
Not about the easy job.
Okay. And of course, innovation and new technologies are crucial for the energy transformation. How is the energy transformation progressing in Portugal, and how do you see the role of Finerge in that process?
Well, I think the first thing we have to recognize is that collectively we did a lot of progress in these last years. So we have seen some of the numbers. We now have around 6 gigawatts of wind installed capacity, 4 gigawatts of solar. More relevant metric, Antonio was referring to the incorporation of renewables in electricity in these last few months, but if you look at the whole year, last year, it still was 70%. So I think we rank very well among the most developed countries. Now, having said this, it's also true that we are very far from the targets that we have set. If you look at the Portuguese National Energy and Climate Plan, we are now aiming to reach 85% of incorporation of renewables in the electricity generation. We are aiming to double the capacity of installed wind, to a 5-fold increase in solar. On top of that, we want to have 2 gigawatts of offshore. So those are very ambitious targets that should be met by 2030. To put that in perspective, that means that we would need to install at a pace from today to 2030, at a pace that is 4 times the pace that we have been installing renewable capacity in these last 4 years. So although the progress is huge, the challenges are fabulous. If we are to reach these targets in 2030, and to be honest, I think it's very important to set ambitious targets. But let's be clear, we won't meet the targets in 2030. But again, it's important that we progress towards that goal. I think we have to overcome a couple of challenges. One is around grids. We need the development of our own transportation and distribution grids, which were designed for a different production paradigm. We need to talk about licensing. It's way too complex to license a renewable project in Portugal. From the moment you decide to invest in the wind farm, you take 2 hours just dealing with paperwork before you even start constructing. And this in the context of
2 years.
2 years. This is in the context of climate emergencies. I mean, it makes no sense at all. I think we also have a social challenge dealing with communities that we have to address and to be clear about. And finally, I think we are specifically in Portugal, and specifically in the wind industry, in the moment of transitioning from a world which still is a world of feed-in tariffs to a world of merchant revenues, and that entails obviously transformation of business models, but also of market design to make sure that the incentives are there to continue to deploy capacity. So overall, I would say, and then we can go back to this, I'm optimistic about the long-term fundamentals. I think we have a few challenges ahead of us in the next couple of years.
Okay, thank you. Philip, going back to you, you told us about the scarceness of human resources. I'm also curious about capital. Large energy companies in Portugal, including Galp, of course, one of our main listed companies, extensively use capital markets for financing through equity and through debt. Do you think that we have sufficient capital market instruments and mechanisms to support the low-carbon economy shift? And do you think capital markets in Portugal and Europe are functioning efficiently in this regard?
Yeah, clearly we need a lot of capital. These new technologies are more capital intensive because the energy efficiency reduces when we go into more renewable source. So a lot more capital, lower return capital, by the way. So we're going to need a lot of this. So we, in Galp, what we have is an upstream division, which happens to be the lowest carbon intensity upstream portfolio worldwide, if not one of the very best. So it's important that we need those molecules from Mother Nature that has to be as low carbon intensive as possible. We need to spend, hundreds of millions in the refinery so that we transform the refinery. We need to invest in solar and in wind. We need to transform the forecourts. The service stations becoming much more a non-fuel, so a convenience hub. So this is incredibly expensive. If you have a good project, as most people in this room know, if you have a good project, you have a good business plan, there's no lack of money, be it capital markets or other. Actually, capital markets are disadvantages because you have, for companies that are actually transitioning, that are serious about transitioning, there's a lot more money than good projects. And capital markets is one. We don't have much debt because we generate significant cash flows. But for every new project, being the sustainable aviation fuel in the south of Portugal, being hydrogen, or the battery project that we're launching in Portugal, we have institutions coming our way with checks of hundreds of millions. So there's actually more money than we actually need. Talent is much more of a bottleneck. Clearly is a huge bottleneck, and licensing. Clearly, licensing is a big topic for us. What I would raise is that the capital markets are being challenged by non-capital market players like private equities, infrastructure funds, pension funds that don't play by the same rules. And I see that there is going to be a significant, somebody is going to capture the arbitrage between highly regulatory, highly intense disclosures. Your business is not listed, so Antonio and I were listed. So it is so much more complex to run or to raise capital when you're in an open market than a closed or private capital market. So that is the topic which we use and abuse. So we challenge always our capital markets providers with, look how much more attractive we can get money from non-capital market sources.
Yeah. Antonio, following on the same topic, EDP and EDP Renewables, of course, our main listed companies have been raising equity and issuing bonds, particularly green bonds, to finance investments in clean technologies. Do you think capital markets are an efficient financing solution, especially during recent years of high inflation?
Well, I do, but I would like to go back to something that Pedro has reminded us. We have very good achievements in Portugal, as we have seen. But we have also some bad attitudes towards big companies and big investment. And we cannot say that we have in Portugal a favorable environment for big investment and big companies. We have taxes over taxes, we have special taxes all the time. If you look to the effective tax rate of these big companies, you would be amazed then those conclusions, some of those conclusions of the report could be somehow disturbed. Well, secondly, once I was in a meeting like this discussing sustainability and energy transition with Philip's colleague, and Philip's colleague told me, of course, we want a clean world, electrified world, and we are here to help. We, the fossil guys, are here to help. Now it's my time to say that to Philip, that we, the guys of the clean energy, can help to fast your transition, because we not only use capital markets, but we use partnerships. Capital light is an expression that doesn't exist in this industry. So we have to raise capital. As you know well, we are responsible for 90%, in the last 5 years, something like 90% of the new capital raised in Euronext. We made 3 huge capital increase to finance, to support big investments. And we are globally, now we are very diversified in the world. And of course, we prefer to be private, to be public. We prefer to keep public, and we count a lot with capital markets. We can use different solutions, but in the end of the day, capital markets will be always essential for us. This will be the trend, as we think.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Pedro, of course, the context of our discussion is that access to energy is vital for daily life, economic growth, with demand continually rising. So, do you think we always need more energy? And if that's the case, can we accelerate this ongoing energy transformation?
I mean, I think that we don't necessarily need more energy consumption. There is a lot we can do about energy efficiency still, but the real discussion, the real challenge is about the incorporation of renewable electricity in the overall energy consumption. That's the key challenge that we have ahead of us. So if we want to tackle the issues of climate change, but not only, if we want to tackle the issue of energy security, if we want to tackle the issue of the competitiveness of our economy, the real challenge is the challenge of electrifying our economy. And I think we are in a tipping and challenging point at this stage in Portugal or in Iberia, because the market is, the Iberian market is in fact one single market in terms of electricity, which is, we have been installing capacity as we have seen. The demand of electricity is not growing so much. And so when you have more and more capacity and the demand is not there, what happens is that prices fall, and they fall aggressively. Now, you would say this is very good news for consumers, and it is in the short term. But clearly, it poses, it hides a structural problem, which is with prices close to zero, and Antonio was referring to this first quarter of this year, we have several days of zero prices. With prices close to zero, if the prices fall that much, with costs of capital increasing, it's more and more challenging to continue to finance new capacity. So the real challenge is about the electrification of the economy, because that's the way through which you both can address macro problems and at the same time give the right incentives to continue on deploying new capacity. Now, there's also another angle that I think is very interesting to think about, which is, we have to realize that for once, probably in our lifetimes or in our history, we can say that Portugal is rich in natural resources. So we have wind resource, we have solar resource, and that translates into very competitive power prices in the wholesale markets. And that's a fantastic opportunity to attract electro-intensive industries for our country. Spain is doing that. Spain, Amazon just announced that they are investing in a huge data center in Spain. I think Microsoft is doing the same. So the good news here is that we need the energy transition to tackle global issues, global problems, but that doesn't need to come at a cost. That can come with as a huge opportunity. And that's why I say we need to seize this opportunity, and why I say that I'm optimistic about the long-term fundamentals.
Let me follow up with you on a point you made. You referred to energy security, and energy transition is, of course, a very complex global issue. We have to balance energy equity, energy security, environmental sustainability, and as everybody in this room painfully knows, it is now one of the preferred arenas for the proliferation of new European regulation and reporting requirements. Do you see this rapid regulatory expansion as a catalyst or as a brake for innovation and green investment?
Well, I mean, first of all, there are trade-offs, and that's true. And the way we have to deal with trade-offs collectively is through public policies. And I would say, in theory, any public policy is acceptable. I mean, it's for the politicians, ultimately for the people, to set the policies, and we as private investors have to react and adapt to the policies, but with two conditions. One is that the policies and the rules are kept simple. So answering to your question, effectively, we need simple rules, easy to understand, to have a level playing field. But even more important than that, to my view, we need that these rules, whatever they are kept stable. Yeah. We have to understand this industry, everything is about CapEx. We take investment decisions with 20, 30 years horizons. So again, theoretically, it's acceptable that to say we don't need energy transition anymore, we want to incentivize further investment. What you cannot do is to invite private investors to build wind farms and solar plants and then change the rules. Now, having said that, I also want to be fair. There have been bumps on the roads, namely in terms of taxes, but if I step back and look over the last 20 years or so, 15 years, I would say that Portugal has kept a macro regulatory environment that is quite stable. If you compare that with Spain, it's a huge advantage. And that's something that we should cherish and should be aware of and should try to maintain.
António, Pedro was telling us about his view regarding Portugal and framework in Portugal. EDP and EDP renewables, like many other European companies, are highly international. They compete on an international level and they are financed by international investors. Does European law sufficiently account for this? Are you increasingly concerned about the level of detail and the speed of regulatory implementation?
Yes, I am. I have to go back to the place where I belong, which is the political arena. And I have to say that there are some trends that can cause some concern about the future policy on this sector, because there are clear trends of, I would say, negationism. Mm-hmm. There are some trends of different and lower affection for renewables, and we have to take care of those trends, and we have to be aware. We have nothing to do with politics, but we have to be aware. Pedro is right. We need stability, and we need clear rules, and we need to understand the trends. In Portugal, I think the trends towards renewables, towards energy transition, the trends are keeping stable. But in some other countries, and in Europe globally, I am afraid that something can change in a near future. And what you asking me about regulation? Well, in Europe, regulation came always several years before the instruments to support investment. So every time I hear speaking in Europe about regulation, I fear a lot. Because the other side of the coin, I'd say the instruments that support and can incentivize investments will never appear. On the other hand, we have a big presence in the United States, and in the United States there are very sophisticated instruments to support and to help big investments in this sector. I would say, some moments ago, you were asking me if capital market is very important for me. Of course it is. But for instance, in the United States, I would say as important as capital markets are the government policies in this sector. We could never have the presence we have in the United States without the IRA initiative. We could never have the presence and the returns we have there if we didn't have that tax credits issue that are still being more and more simpler. And so the Europe is quite somehow late in this sector if you compare to other sophisticated economies in Asia or in the United States. And in the United States, I think even if you have a major change in the political arena, I think the trend will be the same because of capital, because of investments, because they love big companies, they love work, they love jobs, and I'm very confident that things will not change a lot, even if we have a major change. But Europe could look to those sophisticated instruments and to that sophisticated way and speedy way of helping big investment.
Yes. Philippe, please allow me to conclude our discussion today with a variation around this same last question. In your view, do you think that European regulations hinder the competitiveness of European companies compared to other highly developed international markets and across continents? Absolutely.
Every time a brilliant politician goes into legal or becomes the chairman of utility, we lose out because we need brilliant politicians that care about the competitiveness of Europe. We're all hostage to what the politicians do or don't. And we can have phenomenal regulators, and here in Portugal we have CMVM, extremely sophisticated, proactive, investor-friendly and issuer-friendly, but they're also hostage to regulations and thousands of pages of disclosures we have to do. Who reads this stuff? Nobody, but it costs a lot of money. So you read it? Okay, I'm glad. You can call us directly. So even what capital markets arbitrage, you see how many companies want to move into the US. So there's also, we need to be mindful that Europe is losing its competitiveness. It's getting worse and worse, not better. So every time a company moves into the US, every time a new project goes into the US, then it's a project that is not done in Europe. And so there is regulatory arbitrage, and Europe, it's all very well-meaning. So politicians do this because they think it's good. But every new law should pass the test of, is this competitive or not competitive versus our rivals. There is rivalry between companies, And we compete for market share between us, but there's rivalry across continents. And we have to remain competitive in Europe, and we are not, and it's getting much, much worse with regulation and bureaucracy. And this affects capital markets as well, besides what I mentioned before on private capital versus capital markets capital. More concerning is the layers and layers of regulations that, again, all very well-meaning by the politicians. We need to invest in a sustainable aviation fuel plant in southern Portugal, or a wind farm, or a battery plant in Portugal. You have no idea of the overlap of paperwork we have to do. Individually, any of the institutions we have to go to, be it the environmental agency, be it the local municipality, they're well prepared, but they're really short of staff. They don't have the resources to go through all this paperwork and regulations. Yeah. And they're scared. There's no upside for any of these public servants to make it easier or to speed it up. It's much, much easier to ask another another opinion from somebody else. And it stalls for ages. We have this, we inaugurated last year our solar park in Alentejo. Should be a relatively benign place. There are no special trees, nothing. It took us more than 8 years from the first time we submitted the first paper to the first electron. That is what Europe is all about today. So we are losing competitiveness. We have good people, but it is to the central politicians to make sure that local people that have to issue permits are not themselves under scrutiny, undue scrutiny, and have the resources to actually submit this. Otherwise, we all move to Houston, or we move to Asia. That's what is happening today. The good news is actually we're sitting in a country that has huge elements of competitiveness, if we park permitting and regulation. We have phenomenal universities, so we have talent in Portugal. We have the ability to attract very smart people from the whole world, especially if you're a foreigner and you're taxed at 20% and not 50%. And that is critical. 53, including Social Security. And that is critical for Portugal to continue to be a magnet of talent, because we don't have natural resources in Portugal other than wind and solar, but that's not enough. We need brains to make the energy transition happen. And it's not going to happen by taxing foreigners also at 53%. It's not going to happen. So it is critical that we continue to do this. I'm pleased to say, if you walk into the next door headquarters of Galp, it is a real multinational, the smartest people from Portuguese universities, other Portuguese companies, because they want to make a difference. And they know that there is capital, there's a project, and they love to live in this country. This is a phenomenal place, great infrastructure, great electric utilities, great energy companies. So we have everything that it takes in Portugal. We only need that our cost of capital and that our regulatory burdens reduce a little bit. And I would put tax at the very top of my concerns. Taxation on assets, taxation on anything, even if you don't make any money on some activities, is really hindering the competitiveness. It's bad in Portugal, it's bad in Europe as well. And in the US, we don't see that. So yes, competitiveness of Europe ranks very, very high should be our concern number one. Thank you.
It is mine also. Ladies and gentlemen, before ending the panel, it is my mission to invite you for a coffee outside, but we will have not 30 minutes, but 20 minutes of coffee break, please. Please wait a moment. I want to thank António, Filipe, Pedro, for your time, your availability, and for so generously sharing your views with us. Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure.
For the second panel, we have healthcare, building from within. To join us in this discussion, please welcome Isabel Vaz, CEO of Luz Saúde, Vasco Antunes Pereira, CEO of Luzia Saúde. This panel is moderated by Carlos Robalo Freire, CEO of Aon Portugal.
Very good. Good morning, everyone, once again, and thank you for attending this session. I think it's going to be a very interesting session, and let's see if the healthcare industry is in good shape. So that's our main focus today. It is my privilege to have and to moderate this session, led by Isabel Vaz and Vasco Pereira. I'm the CEO of Aon in Portugal. Of course, we lead also with health, but we are going to see this in a new perspective, in a specific perspective. And of course, there are several dimensions when we are talking about healthcare industry, but we are pretty much focused today and our attention on the investment, on the opportunities and the challenges. So that's the idea to having this conversation today. Just a quick overview and introduction about Isabel and Vasco. So Isabel she's the CEO of Luz Saúde Group since the foundation, I guess, in 2000. And also she had experience working in a consultancy area in McKinsey for 7 years, and then moved into the health care industry. And one curious piece of information is that the group was already listed in the Portuguese market, which is something probably Isabel is going to talk about. And Vasco is the Chief Executive Officer of Lusíadas Group. As you know, is a Portuguese private healthcare integrated in Vivalto Santé, which is one of the largest healthcare group in Europe, based in France. And basically, Vasco has a very important experience too, not only as a CEO, but in every part of the business of the healthcare industry. So just this quick note, because I think it's important to the conversation that we are going to have here. And to open the discussion, just 2 quick notes about the introduction of the industry that Ricardo already talked about, which is, and I want to point out, because this is important for the discussion, one of the things is the importance of the private sector, which is something very, very well pointed out in the study. The other thing is very fragmented. It's a very fragmented industry. Of course, the structure of the companies in Portugal, they are fragmented, so this industry is not different from the other ones. And also, the firms rely more on equity, comparing with the overall economy. So that's something interesting. That being said, my first question to you, Isabel, please, is to talk about what you see about the relevant opportunities and challenges. So it's an open question, but I think can give you some ideas about the future.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you very much to Isabel, the invitation for being here today. Healthcare sector is actually one of the most important sectors in the economy. In Portugal, I don't know if already approached, but if not, is moving very fast to stands for 12% of the GDP. To put some figures, 4%, the funding, the private funding today of healthcare sector in Portugal values 4% of the GDP. So public expenditure is around 7%, and private expenditure well, everything is private expenditure, but not through taxes. So private expenditure after taxes, direct expenses or through insurance companies stands for 4% of the GDP. So this means that private sector is huge, and you cannot ignore it, because imagine to say to the finance minister that he cannot count with 4% of the GDP in terms of healthcare expenditure. And this means that the market for private players is today around 8 billion. Hospitals is less fragmented than the outpatient sector and stands for around 2.5 billion. So it's a very good market. The challenges, I think, in Portugal are almost the same that worldwide. So it's a sector that is really valued by populations, because if you invest well in your health, it has a huge impact also in the economy. We saw that during the pandemic. But the thing is how the investments that we do in this sector translates in good productivity. And when I'm talking about productivity in economy terms, talking about productivity in terms of efficiency of the people, and the efficacy of what we do, so the quality of the healthcare we produce, and of course the productivity of the capital that we put on there. Unfortunately, the politicians typically just discuss productivity, how many surgeries, how many consultations we made, and this is only one part of the thing. And of course, this is a huge pressure through in the budgets of old countries, because it's around 12%. In the United States, it's approaching very quickly 20% of the GDP. So this could be good, but we know that it's not being good. So the productivity doesn't equal the increase in the expenditure. So that's one of the main challenges. And so the providers face an increased commoditization of the prices. We don't have well-established the principles of value-based healthcare, so to distinguish who translates the investment in good health. And of course, we have the magnificent challenge like AI that is applying. I think it will be the most important innovation, unprecedented innovation in healthcare, and I think in all sectors, but in healthcare is huge what will be the implications of applying AI and so on. And the most important one throughout the world at this moment is the scarcity of healthcare professionals, and having established the operational models that put the guys that we have working at top of license. So we don't have enough physicians, we don't have enough nurses. In Europe, we are talking about 1 million scarcity of healthcare professionals, and also the same in the United States. So the big challenge of the sector would be productivity of these people, put them working in top of their license through technology.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to cover a little bit the regulatory framework, but I think you point out very interesting, this talent and technology, which is something that is really a challenge. Vasco, can you please elaborate a little bit about these two?
Well, of course, we're always aligned on these challenges and opportunities. I would point out probably the regulatory aspect, and I know we're going to deep dive a little bit more, but in an environment that needs action now, which is where we are. So the post-COVID healthcare arena has changed a little bit. People are more aware of how they are important players in their own healthcare, ensuring their own healthcare, and therefore people ask for more service than they were before. If you align or combine this factor with the longevity that we now, I would say opportunity of longevity, but which is also a challenge of longevity, we need to act now because in a very short time frame, we're gonna hit a point where no longer marginal measures will continue to deliver value. So the system needs to become more efficient, and as Isabel said, I think when we look at our sector, we need to see it as an integrated sector with the public sector and with the social sector. And if we as a sector of activity do not work as a system, an integrated system, and do not become more efficient, what happens is that the scarcity that Isabel was speaking is going to affect us all in a systemic way. And this is unacceptable. So therefore, what we have now, in my opinion, is a huge opportunity for regulatory changes that will make sense in the future and will allow us to continue to have a very good healthcare system, which is what we have today. But again, if we do not make any substantial change to the way that we're looking at the whole system, what's going to happen is that we're going to face very strong difficulties in a very short time frame.
Okay, thank you. So let's probably short deep dive in the regulatory framework, and just to talk about a little bit about the recent reconfiguration. I can say this with the national system that we have, and we saw the new local health units that were created. And this is a big change probably in the configuration of the national system because it's based on the capitation model, which changes a little bit the configuration. So I want to have your opinion also about this. Probably, Vasco, can you please?
I think now we're going to not have the same opinion. I do believe that this is the way to move forward. I just think that it's the new model itself makes sense. The way that we've transitioned from the old model to the new model is wrong. This is a very different way of looking at healthcare. We need to look at it from a prevention standpoint and not from a treatment standpoint. We have to go from a hospital-based healthcare, which is what opens the news every day. It's emergency room, wait lists, births. All of those are hospital-centered, and we need to, if you want to look at healthcare from a very conscious way and a sustainable way, you need to go back to primary care and you need to start looking at prevention more than what you look at treatment. And if the way to get to that point is through an integrated system, which is what they've launched, so it makes sense. The problem is the governance of these models needs to be well implemented, well thought, and needs to be empowered to do so. What you basically did is you placed together the hospitals and the primary care centers and said, now you're a unit. And they're not a unit. They still have different objectives, they lack leadership, they lack framework to be able to deliver different type of healthcare in order to permit that the cost of healthcare comes down instead of going up. What you're facing now is a spike on the cost side, and that is unacceptable from a taxpayer perspective. So we definitely need to rethink the way we've done this change from a hospital-centered, if you want, network to an integrated network. But I do believe that we need to go to a different model that are not on a hospital-based.
Okay. Thank you, Vasco. Isabel, what's your vision about it?
I actually agree with Vasco, but just to say that conceptually, the Ministry of Health was already organized like this. So the previous IRS, so regional administrations, actually were 5 huge local units of health that theoretically were financed through capitation. And then Below them, they had several hospitals and so 5 locations. So what they did actually was to transform 5 in 39. Okay?
Yeah.
And with all the problems that Vasco already mentioned. And there's one thing that I don't agree in the terms of governance is that the primary care should be independent. So below a local health, regional local health, but should be independent from the guys that are running the hospitals. Because primary care, at the end of the day, has they are the gatekeepers of the system. They prevent people to go to the hospital. And so I agree, but actually what they did was to transform 5 in 39. And it's in somewhere in time, they will again put the 5 because it's impossible in terms of governance to have a guy that has 39 people. So he would have, again, another level. And another thing that Vasco mentioned is that today, with this transition, we don't know in the Ministry of Health who is responsible to decide what is the public policy, what is the public, what do we do with the taxes that we pay for healthcare? What is the coverage? Who pays? What do we pay? To whom do we pay? So who is entitled to the social policy of health? First, we don't know. Then they created a second minister that has all the power. So he defines what pays, he defines how he pays, he provides, he audits his own quality. This is a mess in terms of checks and balances. So the Ministry of Health today, they don't have, we don't know exactly what is the different rules and how the checks and balances work. And I think that is something that they really have to change because today the provision part, they don't have an insurance company controlling them as we have every day in the private sector.
So basically what you're saying is that the lack of control can produce more spending and not more acting in prevention.
No checks and balances.
Okay.
We don't have the proper checks and balances now in the system.
Okay.
So nobody knows who defines the policy, who controls how they pay, who controls the utilization, who controls the integration. You don't have the insurance part of the system is not clear now, and should be, of course, as it was previously in the ACSS. So they have to do some job in this transition, like Vasco said. But at the end of the day, the politicians don't like, but they had 5 and now they have 39. And somewhere one of these days will appear again the 5.
Okay.
But
I think it's clear, very clear.
With different, of course, and Vasco also mentioned that people that is providers, perhaps they don't have the skills to be managed carers. Are different skills. It's skills from insurance and managed care. So different capabilities, you know what I mean? So
and different purpose.
So this is about people, yeah. So at the end of the day, this is about people and how they will skill the previous hospitals boards and give them the tools to do the job of managing a capitation that were previously in ACSS. So.
Okay.
A lot of food for thought for them.
Okay, thank you. And continue with you, Isabel, about the consolidation, because we were talking about in this conference about a little bit about consolidation. If it is, so my first question is, if it is an increasing trend, that's my first question, and about the international players, because we have investors here also, and we can say the investment could be in greenfield, brownfield, it doesn't matter. But probably my question is, do you think the international players are looking into a greater scale, or Portugal is a good country to invest in these areas?
Okay. Well, Portugal, actually, for an investor, has very, very good fundamentals. First, because the private sector actually is not dependent on the state. I don't know his figures, but our figures, from the state, funding from the state is less than 3%. So we have private funding. So my clients are insurance companies, and so we are not dependent on what the politicians decide, actually, in this particular scheme. So this is good for investors. And then the market has all the fundamentals, because the NHS continues to struggle. We are increasing the population, through immigration. So number of
the one that requires
the needs are increasing, and in terms of demographics, just to tell you that in 30 years, Portugal has people with more than 65 years old, from 40% to today 25. And just let me give you, and so we have very good life expectancy, but compared to the Economic Union, European Union, sorry, we have average healthy life expectancy 5 years less. So we have older people, and we don't grow healthy.
Okay.
And just for you to have an idea, ADSE has those figures. People in the ADSE, that is the civil servants' private insurance, if you want, they represent, people with more than 65 years old represent 28% of their beneficiaries, and they represent more than 50% of their expenditure. So if you translate this for Portugal, from our perspective as providers, very good opportunities.
Yeah.
Talking about international, of course, healthcare today, and when we apply, and we have to apply a huge amount of technology and digitalization and artificial intelligence, generative AI, and so on, we are talking about huge investments in terms of technology and a lot of capex, not only for infrastructures, but for technology. And of course, scale and economies of scale and economies of knowledge are on the table. And so people that has international, like myself and Vasco, bigger shareholders that can have this kind of economies of scale are important, because Portugal is a very tiny country, but from the perspective of an investor, because we are not so big, you can be very living labs to apply technology. So yes, international. Yes, it's good to be tiny too, because you can do some experiments without jeopardizing anything. And so it's good to be in a bigger ecosystem that is able to invest, have economies of scale, economies of talent, economies in terms of technology.
Thank you. Vasco, on consolidation, international players. Yeah.
Well, consolidation needs an absolute and direct consequence of the level of regulation and the level of capital that our sector needs. So what we've been seeing is our sector dividing into two. So you have the private sector and the public sector. We have super high regulation on our side, which is good. If you see it from a perspective of barriers to entry, so we have super high barriers to entry. So it's very difficult to start as a newcomer in our sector of activity, and therefore a consolidation of smaller players is what's been happening in the past few years, and it will continue to happen. You have now the market very consolidated from a hospital perspective. Most of the private hospital system is already concentrated into, I would say, 5 large players that have the highest percentage. We control the majority of the system. And this will continue to happen. As we see more and more deployment of regulation, what we'll see is the barriers continue to raise. Which, from an international perspective, what also is a consequence is that the very large players that you see, I would say in Europe, but if you want all over the world, I came from having an American shareholder, Isabel has an Asian shareholder, so all of these, they look at the size of our businesses now, because it's already very concentrated, and they see the opportunity to enter a market which they are not going to have more competition. Again, I would also say that there is a point here for the maturity of the organizations. You will see more and more only mature organizations endure in the healthcare industry, because it's a very, very difficult place to operate as a newcomer, as I said in the beginning. But even from an operation standpoint, our business is not very complicated, if you want, but it's very complex. It has innumerous variations, and to be able to operate in an efficient way in this sector, you need to have maturity, and therefore those processes, they take a long time to implement, a long time to become efficient. And I do foresee that we'll have international players coming into our market, but only if the big players, one of the big players comes to market. I don't see it coming in from scratch. I see it very difficult that anyone comes in and starts from scratch. So I don't see greenfields from new operators coming into the market.
Okay. It's going to be more acquisitions. Yeah.
But if you, I can give you some color. So the top 3 players, when we consider the pure outpatient market and hospitals, so the total market, the top 3 players that are CUF, Lusaúde, and the Lusíadas, we have 18.5% of market share. So huge potential for consolidation. When we talk only about hospitals, these 3 players have 64% of the market. So a huge consolidation already done, and keep moving. All of us are consolidating. So, but
that's very clear. Thank you. So we are getting close to our time together, but I just want to make just the last question, a quick one, about how do you use the capital markets in your activity? So we talked about the listed company, but now what is your view about using the capital markets?
Well, as you said, we were previously listed in 2014. Then we had a very competitive, that we're very proud actually, a public offer, only 6 months after. And then we were delisted because the Fidelidade that was who bought us was obliged to buy all of the shares. Well, we believe that actually we are in the process of doing it again. We like capital markets. I think it's absolutely fundamental to develop the economy. Very good capital markets strategy. Unfortunately, now for healthcare, the multiples are not very good because of all the risks that I... No, worldwide. Worldwide.
Yeah.
Worldwide.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that it will be good again. And I really congratulate you, Isabel, for this day, because it's absolutely fundamental, all the revitalizing our capital markets and have that kind of structure, because it's very good for companies, because it's discipline, it's independence, it's discipline, and I think it's very good for economy.
Thank you, Vasco.
Well, I do not have the IPO experience that Isabel has, but we do see the capital markets as an opportunity we have not used yet. But we do foresee that it is something that in the future we're going to
Okay,
we're going to use it.
So thank you so much. I thank you, of course, Vasco and Isabel, for your time and for being here. It was very insightful. And I think we are going to continue to the next panel. Please just put your hands together for Vasco and Isabel. Thank you.
For our last panel of the day, we are going to discuss tourism at the spot of new trends. Please welcome João Bugalho, CCO of Aero Global Portugal, Gonçalo Oliveira, Executive Board Member of Pestana Hotel Group, and Bernardo Trindade, Board Member of Porto Bay. This panel will be moderated by Isabel Lucha, CEO of Euronext Lisbon.
Como é que é? Portanto, aqui baralhada aqui. Os microfones. Tem que baralhar aqui. E pela ordem que eles chamam. Ok. Nós estão baralhando os microfones. Puseram-se no microfone. Perfeito.
So, hello, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us here. Tourism at the spot of new trends. It's the topic or the title of our discussion here. So my first question will be for Bernardo, as you are also the head of the Association for Hotels in Portugal, to give us kind of a first overview over what are these trends, or what are these new trends, and what are, in fact, the opportunities that you see in the sector.
Isabel, first of all, thanks for the kind invitation, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues in the panel. Of course, it's an honor for us, tourism, to be here in this session. Of course, we know our responsibility. We represent 8% of GDP direct, probably with indirect effects 15% of the employment. And we are doing definitely our way. We believe that Portugal is a very nice place to visit, to live, and to invest. This concentrate diversity that blend urban environments like Lisboa and Porto, our landscapes of Alentejo and Douro, the mountains of Madeira and Açores, allow us to have a very good proposal. But of course we have challenges. And the first of all is basically why we are here. The tourism sector is basically composed by small and medium enterprises. And the touristic investments are financed by equity and long-term loans. And we have to be some pedagogical. We have to work together, Isabel. And as responsible for our Portuguese Hotels Association, we are very keen to work together in order to give more information to our partners, to our colleagues, because I'll give you a small example. I think Pestana was former in stock exchange, and very few companies have their own bond issues. So we are not very well informated, and we need to. And we have to work together in order to achieve that goal. So thank you very much for this invitation. It's definitely very important for us.
Thank you so much. Gonçalo, you are one of the leaders of one of the largest tourism companies, hotel companies in Portugal. Can you give us your overview over these, first of all, the growth and the relevance of this sector in terms of also the opportunities and the new trends that you see, not only in Portugal, but from Portugal to the outside as well, because you are an international player. You've been investing significantly in other countries, in developed tourism in other countries. So that is also an opportunity to invest in Portuguese companies that internationalize and grow all over.
Well, thank you, Isabel, for the invitation. Thank you, again, for the invitation. Good morning to everyone. I need to be careful. There are journalists in the room, so I need to be careful what I'm going to say. Our strategic plan is to invest abroad. We are present in 16 countries, namely the States and Europe, capital cities, but we continue to invest in Portugal, and again. So, Isabel, it's such an interesting market to be in. We still find such relevant opportunities to invest in Portugal, and we've just bought a very small thing in Funchal near also the Portugal. But we continue to renew places. We continue to invest in Portugal, so it's a mix. And to the first part of your question, why? Yes, there's growth, sure, and it's quite a sustainable growth. This year, at least, we're seeing quite a sustainable growth. But it's much more than growth. It's the size of the pie. I mean, we're getting on the real estate, so owners, management, the brands. We're moving beyond the great figures that Bernard was saying. 8% of GDP. It's much more than that. The impact of much more. But we're moving from that into value-added industry. And that allows for the investments that we're discussing in this room, the medium to long-term investments, the different slices that you want to take of the pie, that makes them worthwhile if you want to take the medium to long perspective in Portugal. So to the last part of your question, yes, we continue to invest abroad, but we'll still continue to invest in Portugal. There's room to grow here.
Thank you. João, you have a little bit of a different perspective, right? Because you are an investor in some specific type of assets. So we would be very interested in knowing from your perspective, what are the trends, what are the opportunities that you see here?
Well, first, thank you so much for the invitation, Miguel. It's very kind and good to be here. I think we are pretty much the new kids on the block. We've been investing heavily over the last 2 years on hospitality. We are mainly a real estate investor and an asset manager in Portugal through Norfin and also through White Star. But we keep raising funds on a global scale, and we need to find interesting sectors where to deploy that money. And for that, we need depth. And Portugal lacks depth in many, many sectors. There's only a few sectors where you find scale and opportunities that are aligned to the type of monies that we raise. So we started off 3 years ago. We hired a CEO to start the business, which is Francisco Moser. We got from Discovery Hotels. Then we acquired a hotel operator down in Algarve called Details. They were managing 7 hotels. And last year we acquired the Dom Pedro structure, so 2 hotels in Madeira, 1 in Lagos, 3 in Vila Moura. We only didn't acquire the 1 in Lisbon. We also acquired the 5 golf courses in Vila Moura. And then we did the same with Palmares, we did the same with Aroeira, Valpisão up north. So suddenly we are the largest golf operator and owner in country, far away from our minds 2 years ago, just evolved in that direction, because we do believe in the hospitality sector in Portugal. We think there are fundamentals that are pretty unique, not only the 300 days of sunshine, which is something we always sell, except yesterday when the rain came out at the end of the dinner, but we do have a unique geographical position. We have a wonderful history to show to our visitors, and we do see size and scale on the volumes that we can deploy. I think in terms of challenge, Portugal is at the crossroads in terms of defining what it wants to be in terms of a tourism destination. Are we going high-end, Do we want to have cruise ships dumping 3,000 people in the cities of Lisbon and eventually going to have lunch in the cruise ship instead of spending money? Do we want to go big time? Do we want to bring over relevant brands? I think that needs to happen. I think the country evolved in a way where we're almost afraid of talking about big funds and relevant investments. This country needs big-time investments, and the funds are typically the providers for that. The liquidity in the world is consolidating at the funds level. If you go to Miami, I mean, on the Strip, every hotel is owned by a fund, and the funds bring management, top management, efficiency, and do bring value into things. So we think that's a part of our play. There's a blend of things the country needs to do, but transformation will definitely occur. Consolidation is a part of that challenge. I think we have something like 1,500 hotels, take it or leave it, 50% of which have no access to brand, distribution, marketing, and they won't survive, many of them. Some will evolve in the good direction, but many will be not. So we are trying to be an active player in that market, and we are super enthusiastic with what we are finding in Portugal.
Thank you, very clear. Bernardo, taking this topic of consolidation, this is a sector that is very diversified in terms of the size of the players in the different services that are offered, in terms of the type of players. How do you see these opportunities of consolidation? Because this is a relevant topic for investors that eventually are maybe looking at further investments in Portugal.
Yeah, definitely. I think this session is important basically for that. Just to get information, to pass information, and to bring opportunities. Of course, it's a long way to go, and we have to build these relationships because, as you mentioned, we have a problem of dimension, and that is filled not only in the most important destinies, but the smaller ones. So that is completely clear. And we have to get more and more information in order to strengthen this relationship, because we have, and we still have, some important challenges to fulfill. First of all, is this debate that is important here in Portugal, but we know that in different cities like Barcelona and Amsterdam is central at the moment. That is the problem of over-tourism. And we felt, as you can imagine as a sector, we have to close hotels during pandemic with no tourism. It was not over-tourism, but no tourism. Of course, we recovered much quicker than we expected, and that was a very important thing. But at the moment, we are rebuilding our strategies, we are rebuilding our confidence with our customers, we are spreading the relationship with different countries, for instance, important ones as investors and as clients like United States market or Canada markets. We are growing, an important thing. We are rebuilding the relationships with air companies. So I think it's time to bring to the market, with this kind of session, some new players that can rebuild this relations with the Portuguese investors. Another point that I want to highlight is basically the point of people. We normally talk about our clients, but we have to look a little bit about our internal clients, our workers. We have around 500,000 people working in tourism at the moment, and 20% of that amount are non-Portuguese, are immigrants. And we have to look to the future with these people. We have to treat them well. And is a message that I want to pass to our Portuguese future investors. We have to build and to create our strategy concerning this issue, not only for today, but for the future. These people will belong to our future. I read a study yesterday that puts in 2050 our balance between 1 active and 3 retired. And we have to fulfill with more actives. And our demography problem will be solved with these people. We have to bring them inside, and of course with different perspectives in terms of invested. And what they bring for the business will be definitely some important things just to solve our challenges for the future.
Gonçalo, you are a large player. You've been investing significantly, and in your particular activity is very capital intensive as well. So let's talk a little bit about capital and how we finance these large investments over time.
Sure. Let me start off by commenting on what Joel said, because he's right. The investment opportunity in Portugal is so large that you need capital from other sources, and you're right, the States is the example that we see currently. Funds, hospitality real estate is an asset class by itself, and we see that, namely in the States, but coming into Europe. Spain is already a good example, and we need that money. The growth path of Portugal in hospitality needs those funds. If not, we're not going to keep on growing. So yes, that's a concern for us, how to speed up our growth. We generate significant EBITDA, so we are comfortable from a pure financial perspective. My debt to EBITDA is quite low. For the foreseeable future, yes, we will grow probably with our own funds. But the investment opportunity is so large that yes, we are looking into how to maximize that, to take advantage of precisely what Bernardo was saying, or you were saying, there's room for consolidation in the industry. And that room for consolidation will allow us to position ourselves on the different markets, across the different markets, different segments. I'm not with João on we as a country need to select how we position in tourism. We are such a large player in hospitality in the world already that, yes, we're going to have cruise ships. Yes, we're going to have high-end places. Yes, we're going to have, that's going to happen. Because we're such a large player already, although a small country. What I'm more with Bernardo is what's happening in Barcelona, what's happening in Amsterdam will mean that we'll need to rethink some of our positioning alongside those lines.
We'll have to regulate flows.
Right.
More than forbid, regulate flows.
Yeah.
As you do in a restaurant or in a hotel. If you want to visit Jerónimos, if you want to go to the Picos of Madeira and Açores, you have to regulate. You have to book prior.
And by the way, what happens normally, what we see in New York, what we see in Amsterdam, we have places there, the prices increase.
Yeah.
So from an investment perspective,
if you deliver quality, yes.
If we have quality, and if we regulate it correctly, the prices increase. Nothing new. I mean, this is microeconomics 101, so it's nothing, so that chance we want to capture. So from a capital perspective, yes, we are open to explore. We issued a green bond in 2019.
I was going to ask you about it, you knew?
We issued one for a very specific set of assets that we are developing and that we plan to develop further, the eco resorts that we have in Portugal. And why? That's one of our strategic goals. I mean, we're not into wine. Sorry, Ricardo, for that. We're not into health, hospitality, but we are into the eco trend. And for that one, we said, no, let's go into the bond market and let's invest with resources from the bond market into those. We plan to continue to invest in eco resorts, and that trend specifically is the one that we believe in for our company. By the way, the other ones are also true, but that one for us.
Thank you. João, capital markets, capital markets include a large variety of instruments. How are you seeing them in the sector strategy to finance future investments?
So not much. We have funds, we raise funds, and we deploy those monies in the countries where we have platforms, companies, such as Portugal. But capital markets can be a very interesting alternative in terms of exits. An exit is always at the core of any strategy like this. So there are structures, there are ways to tap the international markets. We do that when we are not working for our own funds. So we work with many other investors besides the funds managed by Aero Global. I have many investments in Portugal that we manage for third parties. And for them, and in certain cases, the access to capital markets and the mechanics behind it can be a facilitator of business. In particular, because the exit strategy is always underlying, and without the capital markets, the road really gets very narrow. Let me make a point on two of the things that were discussed before. One is people. I fully agree with what Bernardo said. People it's one of the biggest dramas we have at this point. We don't have them. We don't have where to put them to sleep. In Portugal, in Algarve, we use our hotels to have people sleeping during high season, for instance, moving revenue away from what we do. We have a lot of foreign people coming over. We need to train them. We don't pay much. I think we as a country, one of the issues that we have is the level of salaries and productivity, as we said before. I will hold my ground, though, on the marketing side. I think we do need to define.
Please do.
No, it's fine. I think we do need to define a better strategy in terms of what we want to be as a tourist center. We have a brand. That brand's developed over the last 10, 20 years in a magnificent way. We are everywhere on the news in any country. We are seeing markets really interested in coming over. The Americans are coming big time. We are seeing them not only staying, and they're looking for top brand hotels, where Portugal misses out on several of the main brands. I think that's a walk that we will all do over the next years. Big brands will be coming. Big brands bring customers, and those customers, if they like the country, they repeat the business. They are the first ambassadors of our country whenever they go back home, and those people also invest in other things, generating value for the country as a whole. I don't think we're there in terms of strategy. We as a country, I think it's our nature. You know, our English friends, they find a house somewhere in the field where Shakespeare did a sonnet for 10 minutes, and they make a museum out of it and sell tickets and do a circus. We have amazing monuments in Portugal. We do zip about it. We work it badly. I think there's an improvement going. That's happening. And I think that cultural element in terms of our offer should be way more present. So I think a lot of it is about service. There was this American lady the other day talking to me, and she was probably 80 or something, and she was saying, oh, I arrive at the airport and there's no one to carry my bags around. I would tip them, but there's no one there to carry the bags around. Well, if you book in advance, there will be someone there to carry the bags around. But the service that these markets are waiting for, I don't think we're there yet. I think that's part of the walkway that we need to do. And a part of that is precisely defining what we want to be as a country in terms of tourism strategy. And I don't think we're there yet.
And I'm with you. I mean, there's clearly a chance, from an investor perspective, there's clearly a chance to improve what we get from markets like the United States and upgrade I'm with you there. Yeah,
I'm okay with cruise ships, by the way. I mean, if that's the strategy, let's go for it and work it. I just don't think we have a strategy. I think there's private individuals, and your houses are very good examples of that, who have made an amazing businesses with your spirit, entrepreneurial, your shareholders, and it's amazing what they've done. You don't have many examples of those. And the growth in the future, a lot of it will be coming from these international players. And they don't deploy 10 million or 20 million, they deploy 50 to 100 or even bigger tickets. And therefore, the consolidation makes every sense, because then through capital markets, you can tap those funds. When I say funds, we can talk about family offices. I mean, so many types of different money, yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. And we can finance other types of assets as well. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to share with you that Euronext, I was watching at these beautiful pictures that Professor Ricardo Reis was presenting this morning of some of our beautiful buildings, historic buildings, which are not many of them refurbished or rebuilt as they should. And we just listed a company in a big European city that is raising money to explore the tunnels. They discovered a wide area of tunnels below the city center. And so they got a license from the government to explore privately those tunnels, and they're now raising money to refurbish them and to explore them privately. And they are IPOing the company in Amsterdam. So capital markets can finance other areas of tourism than just hotels. And Portugal has beautiful historic buildings that probably could benefit from this type of investment as well. We are reaching the end of our time, and just a final question for maybe for the three of you. How can we continue through investment, or if you had to select, investments where you think they are more important, preserve the sustainability of the tourism in Portugal? We are reaching 8, 10, 15, 20, depends on how you measure it, right? But definitely a high percentage of our GDP and a significant presence in our activity. How can we preserve this competitiveness? Because this is, about competitiveness of the sector.
Let me say three things. First of all, sustainability is the future. And our members knows that, for instance, follow the ESG strategy in order to become more aware of the environment. Local and international is basically something that we have to fulfill, and that is definitely important. That is future. But let me add something that, Isabel, I was mentioned before. Are you available to work with us, our Portuguese National Association, in order to, bring more information, more knowledge to our partners, to have more information, to bring more dialogue with international investors, and to, get the opportunity of putting Portugal as a touristic destination is well known. That is very important. But in terms of financial skills, it's important to have your information. Absolutely. And I think we can work together. Finally, once my colleagues in the panel present their own groups, and if I'm presented Porto Bay board member, to say that despite this Madeiran accent, we are Madeiran. We have 16 hotels spread. We launched the first 5 in Madeira, but now we are in Lisbon, we are in Oporto, we are in the Algarve, and we have our international experience in Brazil, and we are very happy with our experience. Of course, we are available to increase this relationship with capital markets, definitely, yes.
Thank you. John, please.
Well, we are way more focused on resorts. We think there's value around the combination of different amenities and elements. That's pretty much the strategy we're developing in Vila Moura, for instance. Vila Moura got scattered over the years, and different holders had different assets within the perimeter. Over the last 4 years, we managed to buy the 4 hotels, the 5 golf courses, we have the marina, we have the new marina concession, we have the beach concessions. We are basically kings of the place, and we are going to do something really amazing in there. And I think the fact that we control the destination does give us a capacity to intervene that is pretty unique. I mean, it's difficult to make sizable investments if you only benefit from a small part of it. We don't see so much value in city hotels, but that's just our strategy. We don't know how to do that. We think we know how to put together different amenities, which actually is at the core of the type of service that we think the customers you are interested in will be basically looking for. Yeah.
Well, no, tough to answer. I have 48 seconds. First one, Portuguese places are great.
Thanks for the... Yeah.
Secondly, Vila Moura is great.
Nice.
I'm better, but...
And as well, I was saying your compliment.
So having said that, 29 seconds.
Let's have a good competition.
Yeah, very good competition.
João has a very good point. I mean, you're speaking of sustainability. I'm going to move a bit beyond just the ESG that Bernardo was saying, which is indeed a concern that we have in the industry. So, I mean, nothing else. I mean, what Bernardo says is correct. But from a sustainability, a more broader concept of sustainability, João is correct. I mean, if we own a place, we can drive better policies how we manage hospitality in that place. Vila Moura is a great example. Madeira is another great example. How you attract air transport into that place. How you make sure that you have people from the United States coming over, people from Poland coming over, and you develop markets that fit that place. You develop what Bernardo was saying. Madeira is no longer just for the retirees of the UK. It's much broader. That took years, but ensures the sustainability of that market. Vila Moura is developing beyond just golf, which was the initial. So that's the key for us. That means scale. That's number one. We do need to increase scale, and that's why the capital markets are relevant. Very well explained a moment ago. Secondly, we need to understand that we're not in a competition. I mean, I'm not trying to, as an industry, to be 12, 13, 14, 15% of the GDP of Portugal. I mean, I don't mind if we're just 1%, as long as it's profitable, we have that sustainability. I mean, I hope the other industries in the country develop it much further than I mean, we represent a lot in exports, right? I mean, and the growth of Portugal right now comes from tourism. I hope that we have other industries that perform very, very well. To ensure that this sustainability, very well explained, talent, but also people to make sure that we have the service that João was explaining. We need that. So, policies on migration and what can we have, or what can we use, or what training are really relevant. That's number two. Number three, man, let's face it, it's a really nice industry. It's such a nice industry. Let's treasure that as a country. Let's embrace it. Let's say, I'm glad that Portugal has this kind of industry. I mean, it's such a...
For sure, we are all
being present here is very important. Being present in this kind of events is very important for us.
So from a regulatory point of view,
thank you for the
don't mess it up, right? So thank you, precisely.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Bernardo. Thank you, Gonçalo. Thank you, João. And let's applaud our speakers.
Our next session focuses on the topic Equity and Debt Issuance, the Portuguese Framework. For this first intervention, please welcome Pedro Cassiano Santos, Partner of Banking and Finance in Vieira de Almeida.
Good morning, and thank you very much for your 15 minutes of attention. I am the lawyer around, so I hope not to be one of those boring lawyer speeches, and I've done my best to prepare for that. Let me just start by thanking, first of all, the Association of Issuers of Portugal, and particularly Professor Antonio and Abel for the invitation, and also Euronext, and particularly Isabel, for the initiative and for gathering all here to participate in this event. Let me also greet the CMVM and their presence here, and in the speech I will make a few references to them, so thank you very much for the regulator also to be present. It is actually a privilege for me to be one of the last to speak, because I think there are many points of contact with the speeches we've heard before, including particularly starting with the Minister Sarmento we had this morning, but also with the study of Professor Ricardo Reis, and I will see, at least I think there are many points of contact between his study and my own presentation. Talk about the market, talk about the Portuguese capital markets, and this is the snapshot of the website of the Euronext taken yesterday, and I think it talks for itself. It talks about our champions, it talks about our indexes, it talks about the volatility of the shares, and it talks about the liquidity. I will take some conclusions out of that. Starting with the introduction, it is true, and many people said it before already, Portugal is small. Portugal is, a small country in the side of Europe, but with a great history, a great past, and a great potential. Obviously, when you are small, you face issues with not many numbers, not many issuers, not many possibilities, and certain, poor liquidity. But the reality is that the Portuguese capital markets is stable and resilient, has been around, and will be around. And a lot of people work in this market, and certainly all of us that work in the market, make a case about the market serving the purpose of its stakeholders, of its various stakeholders. And it is true also to say that the market, during the last decades, and since Portugal joined the European Union particularly, we've had a relatively stable legal and tax environment for the market to operate. We have a strong infrastructure, also boosted with the 10th anniversary we are now celebrating of the integration of the Portuguese Stock Exchange in the Euronext. And this infrastructure includes both listing, both clearing, both trading, and it is pretty much robust and akin to any other of the European and American jurisdictions. And finally, we have a sound supervision, and this is my vote of thanks to the CMVM. We have a sound supervision and regulatory coverage, very market-friendly. I think Felipe Crisóstomo Silva from Galp said it before, very investor-friendly and very issuer-friendly, which is a good combination. Thank you very much, and I'm also pleased to say this in front not only of Luís Laginha, the current chairman of the CMVM, but also Gabriela Figueiredo Dias, the previous one. So thank you very much for this. Continue with the introduction. It is true Portugal is sophisticated and innovation, also from the legal standpoint, and particularly using a feature that we Portuguese lawyers have used many times, which is a good combination between the Anglo-Saxon source of influence alongside with the continental law source of influence. So we are a good match between the two legal systems or the two families of legal. You have seen today and last night is never an issue in Portugal. All the Portuguese speak English. And again, most of our contracts, our prospectuses, our documentation, including the corporate documentation, including the commercial registration, you can have it online in English language, most of the documents. So language is not an issue in Portugal, and we all speak English. We sometimes speak Spanish and French, but certainly we all speak English. And then, finally, size matters. I repeat, Portugal is small, but our players are quite sophisticated and quite skillful, be it for banks, investment banks, consultants, auditors, lawyers, regulators. So the market does operate. And when we compare on even basis with our giant neighbor, we don't compare bad. what we can achieve out of Portugal is a good reference. And many times we are actually copied from Madrid. So that's actually also a good sign. Shifting now to equity, and I mean, not much to be said from the legal standpoint. To list in Portugal is similar to listing anywhere else in Europe or anywhere else in the world. We do have a stable legal framework, including the Commercial Companies Code and including the Market Code, with ample doctrinal and a few professors of law also present in the room. Thank you so much as well. And we also have jurisprudence coverage by the courts. So, I mean, the system from a legal standpoint operates and is relatively safe, relatively predictable, and sound certainly for both issuers and investors. Since we joined the European, then it was the European Economic Community, now the European Union. I mean, there is a free circulation of capital. It's free to invest, it's free to inbound and outbound, and it is, I mean, perfectly open economy, as this has also been said. So, I mean, our market is similar to other European peers, including on governance. We also had a reference from Abel to the Portuguese corporate governance, which has also produced a good, strong paper to guide the companies in this respect, information, disclosure. I mean, all of that is similar to what you would expect from any other jurisdictions. So it is my choice of bringing you 3 examples for 3 segments of the market. And my first example is precisely on equity to prove a point. And it is my own risk, and I'm sure Abel has probably a different view, but it's my own risk to choose a company which is capable of departing from the market shortly because they have just been under a tender offer. This is Greenvolt. And the point I wanted to prove, and that's the reason why I chose this reference, is to give the example that the capital markets of Portugal has performed. Greenvolt came to the market in 2021, 3 years after, was under a public tender, and now a public tender for the entirety of its equity. And this is a good success story because it helped the company developing. It made a few other issuances of bonds, including green bonds. It made an issuance of convertible bonds into shares. So, I mean, a good usage of the market. And now, at least on the equity side, I mean, a possibility is for the company to depart. But the reality is that the market has been there, has made it possible, has made the company, the shareholders, the investors, the various stakeholders, and also this is a relevant company also on the green economy, on the creation of renewable energy and other alternative sources of energy. So my point here is mostly to talk about an example where the market has offered its service to one of the relevant stakeholders. Then we shift into debt. And here, I mean, again, the general notes, the general remarks are similar to all what you would expect in other European Union jurisdictions. We have bonds or notes or obrigações, as they're called in Portuguese, of various types with various features. We don't have any limitation from a legal standpoint that would prevent us from achieving the purpose of any issuer or the purpose of any investor. So I mean, in our legal system, we can operate freely. The important thing also being that this is also capable of being used for tranching, so creating different seniorities. This is also capable of being used for mezzanine or other types of quasi-equity instruments. And it could be fixed or floating. The interest rate can be associated to the profits of the company, or, I mean, all the features that we can think of, we can put them on the terms and conditions of the notes. Important to note, and recalling we had the Minister of Finance here this morning, is that it is important that the tax stability and the tax regime, particularly in respect of stamp duty and withholding tax, remains as it is, that is, without stamp duty and without withholding tax on interest payments. But this is perfectly achievable. Thinking now of debt, and please excuse me, I'm not a soccer fan, I'm a rugby fan, but it is important this time that we, I mean, first of all, join the 3 logos of the 3 biggest Portuguese clubs in one slide and talk about, for one moment, about the soccer or football, to say that all these 3 clubs are listed entities. So the SAD, Sociedade Anónima Desportiva, either one is listed. And they are regular issuers of bonds, on top of equity, regular issuers of bonds in the market, successfully placed. And my other reason to bring this example here is also to say that soccer is a unique environment, but certainly becoming listed issuers makes them more transparent, makes them more predictable, makes them more professional, increases the value in the soccer industry, which obviously is so important for Portugal. So let's hope for the best for next and the following weeks. Besides soccer, we have other issuers of bonds, and these are 4 issuers of bonds from different sectors of economy. So that's a porcelain company, that's a healthcare company, an energy company, and the media, one of the Portuguese channels of TV and other media. And all of them have used the market already this year. So this is to give a snapshot, and I think a response also to Bernardo in the previous panel, saying all of this is possible. So Porto Bay hotels are certainly welcome to issue and to list. That's certainly a good opportunity. Then we open a little bit the flank, and we now talk a little bit about green bonds. It has been also the case, we've mentioned sustainability for the hotel and tourism business. I think sustainability is a must, is a requirement for all businesses, including law firms, by the way. So sustainability, and these are examples of green bonds that have been placed in the market already. So both 2 from Green Vault, but one also from a civil construction company called Mota Engil, which made a sustainability link to finance works in, projects, civil construction projects, which had some sustainability connection. So a good example for other companies to follow as well. And then my final reference is, I did think about, I'm a securitization person, so I work a lot with securitization, and we also have a chapter in the Portuguese Capital Markets that is open for securitization notes issued out of Portugal. But I did think that last year we had a good change of law in the covered bonds, which enabled the Portuguese banks to resolve a few issues and to get their covered bonds better in terms of rating, in terms of market opening, in terms of price. And so these are the 6 major Portuguese banks. All of them have used the covered bonds issuance. All of them have programs, and all of them are listed in the Lisbon Stock Exchange. And since the change of the law, which was in 2023, 14 public issuances have already been made by all of these banks. So this also proves a point that if you need liquidity, even if you are a bank, then certainly the capital markets is a good place to go search for it. I did not want to finish, I have 1 minute still to go, without making a reference to other alternatives. And when we think of other alternatives, I am conscious that Euronext also has a derivatives business, so there are other alternatives, more than the ones I will talk about. But I decided to select 2 examples of investment funds. They are the only investment funds, closed-end investment funds, that are currently listed in the Portuguese market. But the investment funds or other types of funds is a good industry in Portugal. And we do have a lot of forest, and we do have a lot of real estate, and we do have pension funds as well. And we do have other segments of the collective investment units business. But this is a good reference of where the market could also make a difference. Thank you very much, and I'm just on time to finish. Thank you.
So still continuing on this topic of equity and debt issuers, please welcome Paul Mihailovic, Managing Director and Head of Southern Europe ECM from JP Morgan.
Good morning, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Great pleasure to be here. First event organized by Euronext Lisbon. I hope it's going to be a series of events every year, maybe. I am also very proud that JP Morgan is a sponsor of this event. We are very keen to support local initiatives and to help put Portugal more on the map of international investors. That's our job as a market participant. I'll also try to stick to 15 minutes as Pedro did. And hopefully my presentation is a bit complementary to what he did. I wanted to provide a bit of a perspective on how Portuguese capital markets are evolving, how is Portugal on the map, what are the lessons learned from other exchanges, and how to contribute to present and attract capital in the Portuguese equity capital markets and debt. So maybe a brief introduction on the state of the world, and I won't get into some long macro development, but I think this conference is very timely because we're seeing an increase in confidence in many parts of the world. Obviously, it's a very complex geopolitical and macro picture still, but we've avoided the recession, and the JP Morgan forecasts that you can see on this page have been increased. So we saw an increase in our forecast in terms of GDP performance pretty much across all geographies. So that is a very important point. However, it is not a perfect scenario, of course, and there are still many areas of uncertainty, many risks. But when you think of it, the commodity prices are under control. Inflation is getting under control, in particular in Portugal. And there is a bit of mini reversion happening whenever volatility gets too high, it gets back to more normalized levels. So this is an important point. And last but not least, the central bankers are better understood, explain, if I may humbly say that, in a clearer way what they do, and therefore there are less surprises and less deciphering going on. The performance of global equity markets obviously has been very strong year to date. Portugal has a little bit of a catch-up to do, but this is probably due to flight to liquidity, as we call it. There's been more liquidity injected and invested in US capital markets, for instance. Europe is lagging a bit, and there is some catch-up to do in other parts of the world. What's interesting is the bottom left part of this chart, which is mean reversion. Volatility is a key indicator for capital markets activity, and the VIX is an index, and there are many other ones which measure the level of nervousness in the market generally. This is a composition of various options baskets traded in Chicago, but it's a good reflection of the market nervousness. The higher it goes, the higher the more nervousness. And as you can see, it's been very low over the past 2 years or 1.5 years. In the time of COVID, VIX was going to 30 or 40. Obviously, there is differentiation by sector and by country. Some sectors, such as technology, banks to some extent, luxury, have been trading up. There is concentration risk. So the flight to quality and flight to liquidity also goes with concentration risk, meaning that a small number of stocks are moving the markets. This is the same for Portugal as well. Next page is about an increase, an overview of the equity capital markets activity across Europe. On the top left, you see a snapshot of the volumes of equity raising, equity placings in Europe quarter after quarter, year after year. 2024 has seen a strong increase, mostly around placing of existing shares, but also some IPOs. It's interesting to see that, for instance, the biggest IPO initial public offering year to date globally was done in Spain. Puig, a family-owned company, which we introduced to the market, and this is the type of business that people want to own these days. Stable businesses with solid shareholders, simple stories that people understand. And Portugal has a number of similar IPO candidates that could come to the market. The same goes for the debt capital markets activity. And then I'll zoom in more on Portugal in particular. But if you look at them, there's a lot of numbers on this page, but The punchline is that there is a more positive picture. The average cost of funding for investment-grade corporations, but also for sub-investment-grade corporations, is still below the long-term average, despite a recent increase. And to give you an example, the volumes of high-grade debt issuance in Europe, year-to-date, is up 11% versus last year. So there is definitely more activity going on. Now, focusing on Portugal, obviously everyone is familiar with this chart, but to me it tells everything. This is the tightening of the Portuguese government spread against the German Bund, which is a reference. It is, frankly, a very pleasing and favorable picture to see that there's been a massive tightening of the spreads of the Portuguese government debt, and it has remained stable despite some of the recent wobbles that we've seen. It's not the case for every single country in Europe. There's been some widening, and my strong accent may indicate where I'm coming from. And there's a country which is under a bit of stress right now, and it's trading wider than Portugal, actually, as we speak. So well done again, Portugal, on that from a foreigner. The debt capital markets activity in Portugal has been, and Pedro mentioned that a couple of points, has also seen a massive increase. And I think this is a sign of a market that obviously is smaller, but whenever there is liquidity or better conditions, there is a massive increase in activity. Plus 47% in issuance volumes year to date by Portuguese corporates versus last year. And versus 2022, it's plus 23, sorry, 133%. So massive increase, massive increase. On the debt side, on the equity side, it is a more complex picture, and a couple of reasons for that. Doing placings of shares, new shares, existing shares, or an initial public offering is something that you don't do every day, not every week, not every month, and maybe not every year. So it requires much more preparation. Investors investing in equities govern and drive their decisions by looking at a variety of different parameters, and therefore finding the right window and making all the stars align to conduct successfully an equity placing is a more complex exercise and remains a very interesting art. And I've been doing this for more than 20 years. There are very big corporations in Portugal which have obviously shown they can access the market in excellent conditions. I mean, EDP is one example. There's been others in a couple of years ago. EDP and EDPR raised capital, as most of you know, recently, and that still is one of the most successful equity raising in Europe in terms of demand volume, in terms of discount achieved, etc. So that is a very strong sign of the response that investors have given to a Portuguese corporate. It is, however, true when you look at the top line, this is a small number, on average, Portuguese capital markets activity has represented 1% of overall volumes raised in Europe. It's a small number. The highest years were three years. So we all need to try and change this picture, and certainly on our side, we'll be very happy to contribute and to help put Portugal more on the map and help also companies access the market. But there is potential, there is strong potential. And I think if you look at this next page, it is a bit of a crowded page, lots of data. This presentation can be shared freely, by the way, with any of you. We're trying to compare a couple of metrics across three main exchanges, which have not been selected randomly, of course: Lisbon, Athens, and Amsterdam. And what are these metrics telling us? I spent a bit of time on this page. This is how an outside investor would look at an exchange. I mean, there are many other lenses and viewpoints, but interestingly. So the size of the market is obviously smaller, but is not minuscule. And in terms of number of companies, certainly for a small country, there is a fair number of listed companies. And there is a potential for more IPOs. What's interesting is that the daily exchange liquidity, so the volume of stock that is traded every day, is much higher than in Athens every day. This is due to the fact that there are very large capitalizations here. And the third line, you also have an exchange which is less volatile. I think these are, as measured by the daily liquidity of the index. I think these are 2 points which are probably not well understood or seen by some investors, and that should be put forward. The equity capital market activity, band number 4, obviously is lower, but we've gone through that as well. It also goes with a bigger number of months with a small number of deals. And I think this is something where we should correct. And the European regulation is adapting also constantly, allowing companies to raise capital in a faster way, in a speedier way, to raise more capital easily with less constraints. And this is probably where certain initiatives could be taken in Portugal by companies. And then the last two lines are, I think, interesting. We've looked at the investment of UK and US investors, the average investment of UK and US investors in those 3 exchanges. And here there is potential as well. And this conference yesterday and today, and hopefully it will be repeated, is a good opportunity to attract more capital. The average investment by UK and US investors in Portuguese equities is 51%, whereas it is 73% in Greece and 66% in Amsterdam. So again, there is maybe a 10-point potential to attract more UK and US investors. Why UK and US? Because, by the way, UK is UK-based. In London, you have many investors from many countries, of course. But this is still where the bulk of the capital sits. So this is important to put those investors in touch with Portuguese companies. So last point, the Portugal opportunity. I mean, this is a bit of a summary of some things we know and you know very well. And a number of the presenters yesterday and today have highlighted some of these points. But it is a country which has, in our view, an interesting set of characteristics at this moment. A strong economy, an economy that is well managed, that it can display and has displayed strong growth, where there is political stability ahead of us for a couple of years. For Greece, for instance, this matters as well. Investors like political stability. And with strong potential in the equity markets. There is certainly catch-up to do in index performance, catch-up to do in the number of listed companies, in international investor ownership, and displaying and highlighting the stability of this exchange and the low volatility, and obviously the belonging to a very big group that is Euronext. Isabel would say it with much better words than me, but it's a number of exchanges, one single trading book. So when people compare Lisbon with other exchanges, it should be Euronext with other exchanges in reality. And there is a race for capital, and therefore the metrics and the attractivity of the exchange and the local ecosystem and the CMVM being good partners also for transactions is very important. I'm 57 seconds ahead of the finish time, but I wanted to thank you for your attention. I hope you found this interesting, and I remain available for questions, and we can share this presentation free, of course. Thank you very much, and well done for this event.
So, we are reaching the end of our agenda for today. For our closing remarks and under the topic Role of Capital Markets, we have first Stefan Bourgeois, CEO of Euronext, followed by Miguel Ataíde Marques. Thank you all.
Good afternoon to all of you. I am delighted to be addressing today the stakeholders of the capital markets in Portugal. Most of you are listed companies, market members, investors, and a wide range of services providers and business leaders. I would really have enjoyed to be with you in person today, and I'm very sorry for not being able to travel to Portugal today. This year we celebrate the 10-year anniversary of the Euronext IPO. In 2014, Euronext became an independent company with European roots and global ambitions. Over the past decade, we have led the way in Europe by building somehow the backbone of the Capital Markets Union to create a dynamic and unified marketplace fit for Europe and fit for the European ambitions. We delivered significant synergies to our clients as well as to our investors and to the benefit of all the European economies. Since 2014, we have successfully integrated 3 additional exchanges in Dublin, in Oslo, in Milan, and we have integrated 3 additional CSDs in Oslo, in Copenhagen, and in Milan, and 1 clearinghouse in Rome and in Paris. Our aim has been to support our customers in achieving their own business goals, providing them with products, services, and infrastructure they do need to strengthen and to grow their business in the dynamic European financial marketplace. We now embark upon a new and ambitious journey with more strength and more agility, and our top line is more than 3 times bigger than that of our IPO in 2014, and our market capitalization is now 6 times bigger than in 2014. Today, 2,300 employees of over 60 nationalities based in 18 countries contribute to the success of Euronext. Today, Euronext welcomes 1,900 companies, nearly 50% more than in 2014, with about 10.4 billion of average daily volumes, representing 25% of the European equity trading. Euronext is also the global leader in bond listing, with approximately 57,000 listed securities. But beyond geographic expansions, Euronext has significantly diversified its business, and we have become a leader in new asset classes like energy, soft commodities, fixed income, and foreign exchange, but also technology services, data, and corporate services. Through MTS, we are the largest platform for wholesale trading of sovereign bonds, including Portuguese public debt. In 2023, MTS was selected by the European Commission as the reference platform for trading EU debt, a source of great pride for all of us. We have also made significant investments in post-trade, acquiring and integrating central securities depositories in Norway, in Denmark, in Italy, which joined the Portuguese CSD in Porto. We've developed a European clearing offer through Euronext Clearing, capable of serving all financial instruments and markets. And clearly, through these acquisitions, Euronext has become the truly integrated market infrastructure, from listing, trading, clearing, to settlement and custody. And key to this decade was the integration of environmental, social, and corporate governance in all aspects of our activities as we accelerate our trajectory towards sustainable growth, both for our own operations and through our role in empowering sustainable finance for our clients. Euronext has provided Portuguese companies and investors with a market infrastructure featuring cutting-edge technology, connecting the local economy in Portugal to the global markets. It has consistently broadened access for companies to international investors and to diversified investment opportunities for the Portuguese citizen. In 2023, EDP and EDP Renewables raised 2 billion in capital. Greenvolt has raised 800 million in funding since its IPO in 2021 through both capital and debt. Portuguese non-financial corporates raised 6.5 billion in bonds in the last 3 years, and we believe Portuguese companies could leverage much more of their growth in this market. Euronext has launched the Elite program in Portugal in 2023 and has deployed the IPO-ready initiatives, the IPO days, and a growing range of corporate services. We are strongly committed to supporting and mobilizing entrepreneurs and business leaders for capital market solutions in Portugal. Obviously, the presence of Euronext in Portugal is not just about offering capital market services. We are transforming Portugal in one of our key strategic service and operations-based locations. In 2017, you may remember that we established a technology center in Porto. This center has been growing steadily, and in 2025, we will be moving this center into a new and iconic building in Porto to expand capacity. We are expanding in both Porto and Lisbon, with over 330 employees in Portugal, representing 13% of the Euronext group, compared to 67 employees only in 2014. I also highlight Euronext Securities Porto, the Euronext CSDs in Portugal, which we are strengthening by concentrating in Portugal several transversal functions of the Euronext group post-trade that are now based in Portugal. Over the last few weeks, we have seen a number of initiatives with the aim of further integrating capital markets in Europe. The supervisors in the Netherlands, along with Enrico Letta and Christian Noyer, have formulated a set of proposals to strengthen the financing of European economic growth. Rephrasing the ambition of Capital Markets Union towards Savings and Investments Union. Clearly, it will be a key pillar of the next European cycle that will start with the European elections and the new commissions. We realize that the consensus is emerging to try to solve a paradox. The European citizens' savings amount to 35.5 trillion euro, with one of the highest savings rates in the planet, above 13.3% of the GDP. But Europe exports these savings by buying foreign securities while importing funds to finance our companies. We do need to reconcile our savings in Europe with our investment needs in Europe. In order to materialize this transformation, we need strong, integrated, and agile capital market infrastructures, able to mobilize European savings and to channel them to the right projects. Countries like Portugal will be the ones benefiting more from this progress of the Savings and Investments Union. Euronext is ready to give its contribution. In fact, it is already a work in progress for Euronext by integrating exchanges in several countries into single markets across the whole of the value chain. However, other measures need to be taken to support this endeavor. Tax distortions benefiting debt instead of equity need to be addressed. Prudential ratios for institutional investors must be reviewed, and capitalization frameworks for pension schemes should be implemented. We do follow the US market developments, and we must not forget that most Americans need to invest their savings in stock to guarantee their pensions. So to incentivize Europeans and Portuguese savings to finance our companies, your companies, we must allow our citizens to access better returns for their pensions in the long run and to grow their share of their equity investment, alleviating strained social security systems and supporting economic growth and employment. I would like to end my words to you by addressing my warm thanks to the government of Portugal, the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Economy for the support they have given to this event and to our presence in Portugal, as well as the President of CMVM, Luis Laguina de Souza. I thank the AEM, the Portuguese Issuers Association, for partnering with Euronext to organize these Capital Markets Days. I thank the sponsors, in particular Aon as main sponsors, JP Morgan and Vieira de Almeida as sponsors. My final words go to our audience and speakers, our listed companies, our market members, and leading actors of the Portuguese economy. Thank you for embarking on this journey with Euronext to build a greater Europe and to shape capital markets for future generations. Thank you.
Well, I'm back, but not for too long, you hope. Thank you for staying. Les résistants, fantastic. What I am going to try to do at this final speech at this conference is to somehow encapsulate the discussion during all this morning. And I will also not so much cover the aspects that were presented by the study of Católica, which shows us the foundations for the opportunities that we can present in our economy. But I will try to pick up a few ideas and the sentiment of the panels, and then to take that into a very brief conclusion that I prepared, very schematic, where I will talk now more about challenges and things that we have to do and obstacles that we have to conquer. The Minister of Finance this morning gave us a very optimistic view of the willingness to change some of the bottlenecks and some of the errors that still persist in our system. And that gives us an impetus to believe and also to act. The picture is well defined. The diagnosis is made. Now we need action. And I will start by just putting some takeaways that I could capture from the three panels we had. Very briefly, and I'll be quoting. Huge amounts of capital are needed for transition in some sectors, energy. But people is the true bottleneck. Another, we have taxes on taxes and special taxes, an immense maze. Government regulation and incentives are as important as capital markets, and that was the good example in energy in the United States. Regulation and bureaucracy hinder the competitiveness of Europe. The public sector competes with the private sector in some sectors, like in health, and I would add in education, and notably in higher education. So the thought was the taxpayer will demand to the public sector the same level of efficiency and results that are achieved in the private sector. We are growing, we need the capital markets. We grow, we need scale. Some sectors in Portugal have scale and depth, and that's where we are as investors. Okay, this is an appetizer for the point I would like to bring to you, and that point is the big challenge for our economy is growth. As we have seen, our growth has been anemic for the past decade. And we have every condition to change that, and the capital markets will certainly play an important role. That's not to say that we don't have sizable companies in our market. 4 of our listed companies have market caps above 10 billion, almost 60 billion, between 55 and 60 billion of market cap is brought by 4 companies. And we have many that have the opportunity and possibility to grow. But I'm looking for those that have not reached the capital markets yet, and they could. And I would say they should. We have a very, very interesting and dynamic middle market. Publicly owned companies that can be helped in their capital through equity and through debt for this challenge of growth. I'm not going to give you, to bother you with statistical evidence that I actually collected, but to cut it shorter, I would say that if our big challenge is growth, where can we achieve that growth? And obviously, it's the private sector, the big engine of growth. So let's see how capital from the private sector can bring this objective to come through. Investment and the gross fixed capital formation in Portugal has potential to increase. For the past 10 years, from 2014 to 2023, our gross fixed capital formation grew in steps, like a staircase, but in the 10 years of observation, it grew 23%. It's modest. We can do much better. And if we think at the capital formation reason in the private sector, we can say, yes, the opportunity is there to grow a lot. Then another aspect I would like to bring to you is the access to capital. The banking system plays its role, a very important traditional role. It's a good and very important role played in the economy, but it has to be compensated by the capital markets for companies to access capital. And that would benefit both the capital markets and the banking system in a harmonious way. Another aspect I would like to bring to you is the market ecosystem. We have every infrastructure we need. We have a pan-European stock market and stock exchange. We can provide that kind of global exposure to our companies, as you know. But we are doing good progress in financial literacy, which is important for this growth of our system. And also, we must support some parts of the ecosystem, like institutional investors, pension funds, and other institutional investors, which are crucial for the development of our market. What I would also like to bring to you now is another factor, which is as important as capital for corporate growth. And the panels show that many times. It's human talent. And here we have to bring three aspects in my mind. First, company recruitment. There is some resistance on part of many companies which have the potential to grow, to recruit talent at the very highest level and to build their own internal infrastructures. A company cannot grow without competence, without know-how, without recruiting talent, and being prepared to pay sufficiently for that talent. And that is something where we have to improve in some of the companies we observe. These companies, if they play their cards right, will have the conditions to start growing more than they are growing at the moment, and then consider the capital markets as a way to fuel their growth. And let me say, on the selfish perspective of the AEM, there will be future issuers to come to our association. Now, retention of local university graduates is a challenge. It's a problem we have. Our system, recruitment and pay system sends many university graduates to work abroad. The recent statistics point to an average between 15,000 to 20,000 every year of university graduates leaving their country, to work abroad. And that compares with between 50,000 to 60,000 university graduates or higher education graduates that start higher education each year. So we are losing between 30 to 40% of the people we actually teach and train in our higher education system. Something has to be done. And also the case for attraction of talent from abroad. Fortunately, here the position is inverse, because we have had very successful programs to attract talent from abroad. The non-habitual residence tax regime and some specialized visas like the tech visa, the startup visa, and some strategic employment initiatives that have enabled companies to bring talent from abroad and offering them very positive and favorable tax conditions. We should not change that. But we have to improve the attractiveness of working in Portugal for those that live in this country and don't feel the necessity to go away. So the tax system, both corporate and personal income tax, is a stumbling block. If we look at the corporate income tax in Portugal, IRC, with surtaxes called derramas, clearly this system penalizes growth. It's a system that invites companies to stay small. And as we know, in the corporate world, maybe not in other aspects, but in the corporate world, small is not beautiful. Small is not beautiful. Small is beautiful if we look at a baby, a toddler, an infant, but companies have to grow. And our tax system does not give incentives for companies to grow. And also in the personal income tax, in ERS, this greatly penalizes salary progression and hiring the most skilled and talented. Our system of ERS really penalizes progression in companies and penalizes the hiring of highly paid jobs. Just to give you, for those of you, this audience at the moment is basically Portuguese. Do you know that for a salary that a company pays of 100,000 euros per year, the liquid salary of this person that earns 100,000 euros is 50,000 euros, considering tax, income tax and social security. So receives half of what it earns. And what's the cost for the company? It's 100,000 plus social security, so it will be in total 123,750, let's say 124,000. So a company pays 124,000 euros to an employee that at the end of the day only receives 50,000. The consequence of this is known to everyone. So for every net euro that an employee receives at this level, the company pays as cost 2.5 times what the employee receives net. This is a big penalization for growth, and this is one of the reasons why people emigrate. Now, very briefly, what are the other elements that push and enable corporate growth? So I will end up 3 minutes. What are the aspects that we can bring here to this discussion to enable corporate growth? We have seen capital, we have seen human talent, don't forget internationalization, and the Minister mentioned, Minister of Finance, the economy did, but the Minister of Finance mentioned that there will be incentives for companies to internationalize. For the first time I hear that, at the Universidade Católica, I work in this area of helping companies to internationalize. So I couldn't see more the need for that. Because how do you grow in a market which is restricted to its population of 10, 11 million? Going international. And going international in the European Union is not as challenging as going international on an intercontinental basis. We are having now companies, big and medium, that are really internationalized. We have true multinationals, and we have maybe 1 or 2 global companies. So the reality is there, the evidence is there. But the challenge is to go international. And to go international is not like this. It requires skill, it requires preparation. Then another aspect is innovation, and the Minister, Joaquim Miranda Sarmento, referred to that. Innovation, technology, is now part of our economy. We have many businesses based on technology. We had people from technology here in this, or we had in this audience to whom I spoke during the coffee break. You know that Portugal generated quite an interesting number of unicorns, normally technology-based companies. And innovation, which is not only technology, is a sine qua non condition for a company to grow successfully. So internationalization and innovation. And then sustainability. We talk about sustainable companies. We talk about ESG standards, ESG criteria. Companies have to follow that. It's not because it's a fad, it's a fashion. It's a real need, because we have to align with these standards of protection of the environment, caring for the social, being profitable and having good governance standards. So if we feel that, we do it, even if we are not forced to do that. But even if we are not forced to do that, and if we don't want to do it, we have to do it. Because if a company integrates in a supply chain with a bigger company, with an international, multinational company that requires these ESG standards, the supplier has to go in line. So it's inevitable, and it's a skill that we are acquiring. We see companies very seriously addressing this issue. And then last, governance. Governance is the key to success. Governance is where every good rule of organization and good behavior and trust starts, and then percolates down in the organizations. We see today companies much more aware of the need to have good governance than few years ago. Governance a few years ago were for listed companies, which were actually evaluated, assessed by the market, by the capital markets, by the regulator, CMVM, now by the civil society that takes care of that. But now governance goes much beyond listed companies, goes into mid-sized companies and sometimes smaller-sized companies. And we have noticed that governance is the true impetus for the company to get the confidence it needs to have a well-thought-over strategic plan, to capacitate itself with the resources, and then to start really this journey of growth, which to a great extent it's an international and multinational journey of growth. That's what I had to say as a conclusion to you. Very much thank you for your presence and for your resistance at this late time of the day. But let me say, we are only 10 minutes off what was the schedule of our audience. And considering the amount of speeches we had, it's a tribute to all the speakers and to the panel moderators, which I would like to stress at this moment. Thank you so much. Thank you.